Yeah, gotta aim for the top like, hold up. Yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles that I'm in my element. It's evident that there's levels to the game. All of those dark nights I got them, breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me. Putting on for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as long as you finish. Consumers find a way inside your business. Babble if they try to dabble in it, and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You tryna aim for the top like this, and you're in your element with a fire like this, and they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire. I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth. Following God and you grinding. You do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center. Word to Spike Lee. And God came in a nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be.
Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on. Nothing. Keep the flame on. Nothing. Keep the flame. Keep the flame. Keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on. Flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on. 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 Nothing. Keep the flame. Keep the flame. Keep the flame on.
Koku from Team Kolesie, thank you so much for coming to the interview. A great start to the tournament for you. How is your team doing these days? What is your current form? Are you satisfied with how you play?
Thank you for inviting me here. Yeah, we are playing like better and better all the time. We are working hard. I think we are in good condition right now. Strong opponent against us today, but we'll try our best.
In your previous match against Wallachke, it was a pretty tough match, long overtimes. Do you feel like mental resilience is your strength in these long matches?
Yeah, of course. I think we played really good in overtimes. Everyone was calm. Comms were great. So yeah, I think we are good in terms of like physical or something like this.
And also, how did you click together? What is the atmosphere in the team? Are you happy playing together? Do you have fun playing CS?
Of course, they are really cool guys, chill guys. We are having fun all the time on practice. So I think everything going good right now.
And as you said, today you are playing Alliance, very strong opponents. They were very close to making it to the major. So what do you think about them, and how did you prepare for today's match?
Yeah, of course, it's a really strong opponent. As you said, they nearly make the major, so they are really, really strong. We analyze them a little bit. We know how they play. Also prepare some anti-strats, so I think it will be good.
Also today you are only one match short from going to Prague to play the LAN. Did you expect you would be in this position and what it means to?
I mean, we hoped so, but we knew it's like they were two best of one matches, so everything is possible on best of one matches. So we kind of expected win, but it was like 50-50.
All right. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck, and maybe see you in Prague.
Thank you so much. I hope so.
Twist from Team Alliance, thank you so much for coming to the interview. You are 2-0 in the tournament, a great start for you. Did you expect that?
I mean, it's best of one, anything can happen, but we think we had good chances coming into this tournament, but it's been very smooth so far.
Yeah, and today you are playing an opponent that you would be considered a favorite against. So what do you think against Kolesie and their mix?
I think Kolesie is a good team. They won against us last time when we played them at DreamHack, different lineup, but I think we have a good chance of beating them for sure.
So far you only lost 5 rounds. Are you playing any other tournaments in the process, or are you just here on the road?
We're just here. We don't play any other tournaments at the moment, so we're just here focused on this tournament. Hopefully we can qualify to Prague. Never been there, so I'm excited. Hopefully we'll be there.
Yes, because if you win today, you would be qualified. Do you think, or is it so important, maybe schedule-wise, for you as well? Because there are more tournaments coming. So how important for you is to win today?
No, it's very important for sure. It's a lot of VRS points if we lose this one, but I'm most excited just winning this game and just qualifying to going to Prague. Yeah.
And right now, you are considered as one of those teams that are very close to the major, and they definitely should be close in this major circle as well. What is the pressure like in the team right now after you almost qualified for this next major circle?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a slap to the face when we didn't qualify to the major. I mean, we didn't have good chance in the beginning, but we made it like really close, one spot away. So it definitely hurt us for sure. But I think everyone is motivated to be back and hopefully qualify to Singapore major.
Yeah, it's definitely great added motivation. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in today's match.
Thank you.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight. Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napij.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Everybody, and welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. Round 3 is about to come to its conclusion, which means 2 more best of 3s that will decide not only who is going to the LAN, but also who will be eliminated from the competition proper. My name's Untitled J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual on today's broadcast. Are you excited for today's matches, Dwayne?
Indeed I am, especially with how yesterday's ones went down. I think there's been quite a few surprises across the first few rounds of Swiss, and I'm only hoping that we get some furthermore today.
You know, you and I have only been covering the best of ones up until this point, so nice to get into some more established, more foreground territory in terms of these teams and trying to feel them out, exactly see where exactly everyone's going to end up here, because we've already seen how some of these teams are ending up in terms of the Swiss stages. We saw on Sunday the start of round 3, the best of ones that had already kicked things off, and over the course of yesterday, like you said, a couple of best of 3 results also came in the same. So we got to see the likes of Johnny Speeds get eliminated by Tricked in the 0-2 game, and Sashi go over the Sinners in the 2-0 game. A bit of a big shock there for the Danes.
Well, just take Johnny Speeds as an example. They've just placed second in the very last ECL Cup. They've just won the last Nodwin series. And then we were covering them at the Rogue Journeyland in Sweden. Mate, they've got a top 4 there. How are they going out in last place? How is that an outcome here in the Conquest of Prague? You look at Sashi. We came into this tournament thinking that they were going to still be playing with a stand-in. We thought, oh, okay, is it going to be Fessel because he was at the last LAN with them? Oh, no, Zyphon's back after 6 weeks of not playing. But they win 3 games in a row and against Sinners. Crazy results yesterday.
And not only that, but also the map results in that best of 3 series. Very one-sided for the Danish squad, which might make things a little bit more awkward. Throw a spanner into the works when it comes into round 4. Sinners, of course, will be fighting out for a chance to make it into the play-ins instead of the actual LAN itself. And today, I'm expecting some more similarly stompy affairs out of our 2 matches. Again, there are only 2 highlights. You saw that there's only 2 more best of 3s to play in round 3, that being our upper match between Kolesie and Alliance, and our lower elimination game between fnatic and Qual 4. There are 2 very key standout favourites in today's best of 3s.
Indeed there is. I mean, even if you just compare the pair, you've got a Kolesie side that dropped 22 rounds across their 2 best of 1s versus Alliance that dropped 5. So you've got one team where, especially Kolesie, I mean, we were entertained. Don't get me wrong. We were very much on the perspective of this is a really great game against ESC. It was nice and competitive. It was back and forth in the Polish derby. But then you got Alliance that just came in and just stomped, just absolutely destroyed both Tricked and Unity in their opening matches.
Yeah, just to set the pace of how things are looking today. today in our opening matchup. We'll see fnatic and Quell4 later on this evening. And after that series is concluded, we'll also get able to find out what the draw is looking like for round 4. So we'll find out who faces on who, and we'll get a quick impression as to how round 4 will look. But as I said before, opening matchup, Kolesie versus Alliance. Kolesie definitely are the underdogs in this kind of a matchup. You are right about just assessing the number of rounds being lost from this side compared to the Alliance camp. It hasn't been an easy ride here to the 2-0 match, even though it has been a 2-0 run from them.
And this Kolesie side, especially the core, I think they were quite decent towards the lower end of last year. I think they were a decent competitor in Tier 2. Where they are right now seems like a little bit of an uptick in form. They qualified to the Logard LAN. They're going to be playing that in 4 days' time. I think their opening matchup is against Focus. It'll be a good test to see what they're like in the offline environment, try and qualify to another LAN here in the Conquest of Prague. Exist, look, he's new to the team, just like Friend is. He dropped nearly 40 kills in that game versus ESC. He had nearly 100 ADR, 1.41 rating, so that's a positive note. I just think that when you're going up against a team like Alliance, you really want to be smashing ESC out of the park. You don't want to be going down to triple overtime against them.
Because just take a look at the results we've seen from this Alliance side throughout the course of the competition, right? We've seen 13 O's out of this team and everything throughout the course of this one. So it's like, you just don't take a look at results like that and say that Alliance are coming into this one on like a cold foot or anything. You take a look at the Unity result, especially saying they're in this match hot, they're looking like a reformed unit. And a team as well that rank very highly. I mean, they're one of our 2 front-runner teams for very good reason, Dwayne. They are a squad to be reckoned with when it comes to the LAN environment. Less so online, which might throw a spanner into the works when it comes to these best of 3s, but they took first place in that Journey Spring event. They went top 3 at the most recent Draculan. They went top 3 during Roman Imperium Cup. These are all back-to-back offline events, which they are doing extremely well upon and are translating into the Tier 2 space, where you expect them now to try and take their spot at LAN here in Conquest of Prague and also make a top-end run there.
All they need to do is make sure they don't get upset against the other favourites. Sinner's lost out yesterday. Eyeball has lost to Unity in a best of 1. You don't want to be going to those playing games. You don't want to keep playing best of 3s to have a chance to qualify to the LAN. You want to do it right here and right now, and I think this is the perfect opponent to go up against.
Yeah, once again, the top 2 teams will qualify directly to the LAN. No need to play the play-in stage if the Alliance or Kolesie win this best of 3. Sasha already up there waiting for their opponents to join them in Prague, and now Alliance, in my opinion, should be able to make it through pretty handily in this kind of a best of 3 series. I'm kind of predicting a 2-0 off the back of just the nature of the 2 sides involved. But can a veto advantage tip the way of Kolesie to try and get something back in this series, Dwag?
Not really. And we know that Inferno and Overpass is always going to get picked by Alliance. We know that Nuke and Ancient is always the maps that Kolesie like. So you've got common territory. You've got a very deep map pool for the Swedes. It's not going to be easy for Kolesie to compete on any map in this best of 3.
Well, they'll go towards that Nuke as just their initial start of things. Anubis picked in by the Alliance camp, a map up that is one of the least played of the pool for the Kolesie side outside of that Palmer ban. The only other one being lesser in Overpass, and Dust 2 will be the decider between the 2 sides. So kind of hitting some home territory, middle ground territory, but Kolesie very low win rates on this map. In the last 12 that they played, only 4 of them have been wins.
Very surprised to not see Overpass coming through. I think with Inferno being the permaban for the polls, it opens up Overpass as a great punish. It's a really good map in the pool for Alliance. Kolesie don't play it. Exist hasn't even played a single official on that map. They go into Anubis, which does have a very good win rate as of late, and they did get a 13-0 versus Unity. It's just something that we don't typically expect. And I do look at the polls thinking, you've got 11 maps played on Anubis in the last 3 months. You've got only 2 on Overpass. Alliance have definitely curved this veto slightly, and maybe that's to allow Kolesie, let's say, to do all your prep on that Overpass, to get all your anti-strat in, and then you come into the best of 3, and you're just picking something that really is out of left field.
And you mentioned the deepness of the map pools at a point where they could still find tons of success on a map like this, their own pick in the series, just off the basis of how well they've been doing on it. I mean, look, Anubis is still pretty decently played, even if it isn't quite to the same caliber of Overpass. In fact, it's actually, it's actually even played in terms of the maps played in the last 3 months, and it's got a higher win rate. So you still got that excellent streak. We saw them dismantle Unity on it earlier on during the competition. Alliance is still going to be a very confident team when it comes to that Anubis, and Nuke is the only real way in which you could see Kolesie working their way into this best of 3 series. The problem is, Dwayne, we've also seen losses from teams you probably shouldn't be losing to on the Polish side.
Yeah, it's very true, and I think that's why they're not a huge threat in Tier 2, right? That's why their VRS ranking has them nearly around 100 in the world and not around that, let's say, top 30, top 40 position. You're going to be very inconsistent when you're at this perspective of Tier 2 play. Now, for Alliance, They were, in fact, today invited to that stake ranked episode 2 100k LAN, which is going on in May. Mate, there's already teams like 3D Max, NIP, Heroic, FaZe. So I think this is the period now where you want to be consistent in tier 2 because those tier 1 invites are coming. Because the VRS ranking is so high right now, you're going to get pushed up in the divisions. So this is where when you go up against a team like Kolesie that are 91st on VRS, not only is it the game to go 3-0, but it's a game to make sure that you keep that ranking strong. You don't get upset by these weaker teams.
And we praise this side as being one of the top end teams in the tier 2 space right now, and it's starting to show in terms of those invite zones. I mean, they're currently, as of this morning on Halo TV, number 23 in the world, number 18 in the European space. So you've got just so much potential to get these invites in other top level tournaments, other high end tier 1.5, tier 2 lands, and stake ranked is a perfect example as to where you will start to see those results starting to turn towards their direction. They're very keen and clear to getting onto the LAN environment because we've seen how they are just the higher performers, their high performances come out on the LAN environment, and that's just clear just on the basis of what I mentioned earlier from their LAN finishes in Roman Imperium and the like. So to go to that stake ranked event and also to get towards the LAN here in Conquest of Prague, those are the areas in which you can see Alliance that are thriving.
And I think for the Alliance side overall, they do want to show that they can be more dominant online, because I think that's where maybe some of the weaknesses have come in, at least towards the last couple of tournaments. Early exits in CCTs, they've been able to win a CCT, and they've been able to get a second place in ECL, but they've been more successful on LAN, very similar to Johnny Speeds, right? I think when we compare that team as well, always more disciplined, always more threatening in that offline environment. Alliance will look at Kolesie today and probably feel that they shouldn't drop a map. I look at their nuke, 8 wins, 7 losses in the last 3 months, and think even though it's not played a huge amount, even though it's not one of the best maps in the pool, they're going to have to start playing nuke against some of those better teams at the tier 1.5, tier 1 level. So you've got to get it committed, you've got to get the strength out of it. And I think for Kolesie, they just don't play good teams often, right? Like even for their sake, they've been to a few lands recently. The best team that I want to say that they've played in a best of 3 is Illwill, and that's about it. I mean, even online, they're only playing mid-pack tier 2 teams to the occasional decent tier 2 team. Your odd maybe Nemega, maybe your Nuclear Tigers, you'd throw a Bet Boom in there. They're not playing the tier 1.5 caliber teams at the moment.
No, absolutely not. And there's a stark contrast between the two sides because you're not really getting many opportunities if you're Kolesie either to play in those higher division events. And they've only played 3 lands so far this year, a Park and Challenger, Copenhagen Gaming Week, and then that Frag Miami event that took place at the very start of the year in North America. So like for them, the caliber is just so well defined. They are grinding out the online environment. They're grinding out the online tournaments whenever they can get the chance to, but it's just not building into the same sort of caliber as the one Alliance side. So if they do get an upset win like Sashi did over Alliance, it's going to over Sinners rather, it's going to be quite an upset to speak of because look, this is a David versus Goliath, no doubt about that one. I'm going to go back in the Alliance side in 2-0 fashion. The map pool's too deep, they're just too good of a team.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-0 as well. I think if anyone's going to try and put in some strength, it's probably going to be Belaney, very active player, very strong, very good individually for Kolesie. For the likes of Exist, he's going to be making his nuke debut. This is a great time to try and drop a performance like those 40 kills you had against ESC in the second round.
And the next official joining to Kolesie side might have been subbing in for the last month or so, but only added in officially at the 3rd of this one. So let's see whether or not Alliance will be able to dismantle them effectively, or whether Kolesie will try and draw first blood in this best of 3 series. Pistols alive for nuke, pick at the Polish side.
Lot of nuke picks. Highest picked in the pool. This is now the 16th best of 3 in the last 3 months that nuke comes out. Great tap for Malo9. Bomb just trying to drop out from door and into the vent.
You want to start off for the young prodigy? Future might be in question on this side. His talent most certainly is not. Exist goes down. The bomb from Mulaney was going to cross slowly but surely. Innocent's also going to sneak his way forward to this. No noise was made, so the CTs won't be adjusting here. The action towards Rab may just be distraction to get the bomb down clean and safe. And smokes will come out from the T side line. No movement of action from Twist & Co.
These lurkers in lobby have got to be successful. If they're not finding picks against these ramp players, this round's just going to be over.
3 of them to gain. Clock cues waiting for it. Footsteps being heard. 4 men now down to the ramp entrance. Malo9's in the back lines of it. Laney and Innocent to cover the other rotation angles as Clock Q makes his noise, moves in, takes his fight, twists his shots, and Male 09 hits us clean ahead against the man. 5 on 3, they're on the side. Laney takes one down of Era, but Uppy takes Innocent right back on the trade. Bomb's exposed, being challenged by Friend next up. Laney's got no access and no angle. He'll take down Twist to one headshot. The overextension trying to come in. I think the time's been still too long though. There's no kits in play, and it looks like Kolesie are battling back from this one. Uppy alone and dying to the bomb. Pistol win from Kolesie.
Now, what's very clever there, Jay, is that that's an unusual plant spot. Typically, if you go for the vent drop, you want to be planting behind the silo, so then you don't get caught by the ramp rotation. Now, because there were 2 players still in lobby that were looking to cut rotates, they keep that bomb wide. So once eventually the extension comes through, even though Clockyu doesn't quite find damage, once that second player gets in towards ramp from lobby, the bomb plant is open, so he can deny it against anyone trying to stick it. Very difficult to be able to plant the bomb open like that, but it allowed Kolesie to get the post-plant success.
When it felt like it was all coming undone, some whiff bullets out towards the ramp entrance in the engagement. Rebuys will see their standard rifles into the T-side base. This alliance going to force the issue as well, but Ira is first man down.
And not a lot to speak of on this force buy at the moment. When you lose that opening player on the outside, you have to gamble stack slightly. Twist can take contact, try and drop down into B. He's hearing a lot of footsteps towards ramp and only gets a dink off. So Exist and Belania down low, but they've not been converted into kills.
Pistols may well try for it. Uppy, very little noise there towards the vent rotations, control. Again, there was observation. Clock Q also on bomb site. Jewelry doors will be opened up, but Uppy and Co are backed away to save their Kevlar for a rainy day. Only game is pouring down against them. Kolesie with a 2-0 start.
Alliance will have a few upgrades to bring forward into the next eco. Depends on if Innocent and the rest of the boys scaling up, looking for exits, are going to be able to drop these last couple of CTs. Out towards Heaven, you've got Male 09 that might come in with a backstab kill.
Indeed, one head is gained, but no more than that. Nothing else offered, no reason to hunt down the Alliance side. No kits, no time to get into the bomb site. No way they would get past all those T-side players. Kolesie will go up 3-0 initially. There should be no buyback in with the 3 of the men that fell on the city side line. Needs an enough start for the Poles on their own map pick. Need to maintain the map pick confidence if they want to maintain a chance in this best of 3.
A lot of play rate of Nuke recently in these online officials. They picked it against Nuclear Tigers in Gen 1 in the Nodwin event. They picked it against Heroic Academy in the BC Game Masters. Picked it against Leo in the very last CCT. We know that they are happy to pick it even against some of the better teams in Tier 2. Fast and aggressive. Finally some pace.
Right, 10 o'clock, you first man in. Twist takes out PT-50, had to get the kill though. Starting advantage for the CT forces, and the counteractions and reactions are trying to get involved towards the lower bomb site. Arvin and Twist will give away their lives though. Another one pick found. Innocent there, and the late lurk will try to cut them off with the backstab rotations, but his bullets completely whiffed past Uppy. Damage being done to the man, but not enough to get the kill in. 3-on-3 with Male 09's responsive. He's got the Galil picked up now. Highest fragger right now for the Alliance camp. But they're hunting for X's, looking to save these weapons.
Well, saving onto the Galil would be promising. Everything else doesn't really matter. Maybe the armor on 2. Timing on any of these wraps, so not catching anything from the T side, especially out towards the secret entrance. The 3-0 start comes through from Kolesie, and you do need to remember that this is a core 3 that did play at the top end of Tier 2. I don't think it was for a very long period. It was when they were under Venom and towards, let's say, the earlier part of this year, the latter part of last year. So they can have quite a high ceiling. They're also very inconsistent, and that's why a lot of roster changes have been forced. That's why Friend is on the lineup now. That's why Exist is here as well. But when you've got Innocent and Sparrow that are an experienced coach and in-game leader, they'll know that this series is winnable if a lot of things go right, okay? Like, if we convert our clutches, if we're really dominant on our map pick, if we can rattle the likes of the favorites, it's going to be one of the most difficult best of 3s we're playing this entire year.
Well, that Venom team dropped the roster back in January of this year. Leading us to the Kolesie that we see today. August Project sticking together ever since that point, though. Middle in their success results, however. Uppy with a kill to start. AK spray is very awkward from Belaney there, but he does eventually catch that kill. No TT players can get the trades back. Malon trying to reposition, catches man. Transition to the second, not quite as likely. He lost his backup as well. And once again, Kolesie will overwhelm a bomb site with brute force this time.
Well, it's surprising to see just how alive Belaney really is. I mean, when you consider that he's just completely blinded, he can't see anything, he should be getting dropped by that Heaven player, but with both players being flashed off of the angle, it allowed the constant pace, and for the anchors, I just don't think they're really doing enough there. Yes, they're dropping util, they're cross-firing, but Uppy only gets one, Malo9 only gets one. We're not seeing those multis. Another save can come through. There's another buy available on the table, yes, but this is a slow start for Alliance. They will not be happy falling to what was just a quick A-rush.
Several players only on no kills on them. I was going to say Era and Avid. Now Era's just landed his first on the exit frag, so it becomes a little bit expensive there for the T side. 3 men falling, but same scenario for the Alliance camp. The save Galil for Malo9 will give him a rifle buy in the next one with drop rifle potential as well, so they should be fine in terms of the next investment round. Kolesie. It's an excellent start of things for themselves. 4-0 to the T beginnings. Right about Alliance and the slow pace this afternoon. And they've got their AWP, they've got their M4 still. 2 weapons saved to the previous round. Era placed towards outside this time. It's Kolesie again with the indoors initial utility sets. Very little outside access coming into these defaults to the T side.
It's just been rampant, eh? That's the only thing that's been hit. Now, finally, we're getting some good anti-rush util and a very good spam. Very similar position to what Malo9 was holding in the pistol to get that first kill towards door. Now he's doing it on a rifle round.
This time fully blinded without any information. They'll be happy to accept the man advantage. And that does finally make Kolesie change tact. He mentioned it was all rampant A up until this point. Now with that casualty, they start rotating the outside control. Smokes down to the diags. Block access for Mini to garage, and a walk contact will be attempted from Kolesie. Nothing revealed by that AWP player. The blind sprays of the M4 of his teammates, not connecting much of his own.
The spams are getting closer, and eventually Uppy just commits to a kill where Friend is pre-aiming. Now down towards lower, Avid is already here, and the ramp rotations come off too. So for Kolesie, they might feel that they've recovered this round. It's still very difficult to work with the 2 defenders.
And the ones in obs. Footsteps heard, exist, headshot taken. Nice from Twist part, double up kill with Avid support, takes down Friend the same. And now Belaney stands alone. That one player coming up in the vent, he'll try and send himself. Mal's going to catch him with a simple 7th to his name and a first round of the World of Alliance. Counter action eventually secure with 3 AKs to spare.
It's just textbook, really easy bait and switch. It's obvious to anyone. As soon as Twist breaks that window and gets himself in the off angle, you know that he's only holding that pause to allow the door player to open on contact. So you come in with basically not committing to much of a fight, and then Avid can just have your cross. Kolesie fought very well to get Friend in with that trade on the outside, but as soon as they hit lower, they go straight into the mincer.
And can they follow it up now? Kolesie have been the ones on the streak. Alliance have only just gotten started now in this matchup. Expecting good things out of their CT side, standard expectations out of the CT start in general. So far, just utility presenting in the inside control. Once again, it's careful in the approaches from Kolesie's part. They've at least gained some outside access, and they've kind of left it abandoned a bit from Alliance. Knowing how much indoors control Kolesie like, this time they may well have to deal with them on the out yard.
But Kolesie have gone from being extremely pacey to now being extremely slow. So I think that tells you the quality of the in-game leader of Innocent to change up the game style depending on the opponent, depending on the situation. The problem is they've given back-to-back rounds of just easy opening kills, right, in different areas of the map. That one there from Era, you strike and there's no one even in a trading position against the AWP.
They're getting access towards Mini though, so they're going to try and work their way in towards the A bomb site. Slow walkings. Male 09 is going to catch one with his back turn. Excellent timing on that swing. Second line up. Tertiary transfers right there. Oh, the young stars in this game. 11 deep in just 7 rounds. Alliance 2 rounds on their board.
Bloody hell, that's good. It's a really good off angle. Very good jiggling, ADing, strafing in, and then committing to the spam. Expecting a kill to present, expecting that third player to prevent just basically a trade, to just come in and commit to the kill. Very good, very clean.
Excellent work from the man once again. Standout star of Alliance. Continues to harass that back line of Kolesie, who are now going to be on the back foot on the buy state. Pistols only. 2 rounds of expense. Era's AWP connecting as well towards the outside. He was also slow to start, but first pick of an exit. Excellent defensive line held to the last round, starting opening frag in this one. Second kill on the outside as well. Existal drop. Third man seen. Flick doesn't quite land towards him. He's got plenty of backup, and that Deagle's not doing any better.
And it's very impressive to see Male 09 11-2 because everyone knows on Nuke, it's normally your outside player or your Heaven Rotate that's putting up the majority of the kills. It's so difficult to put up a lot of frags towards A. Now they're trying to sneak this bomb plant towards lower, and it's not going to happen. You've got players coming in from Decon, you've got Twist just flooding in from ramp. And I mean, we've seen in the previous top site executions, just Anchors going 1-for-1, right? And that tends to happen quite frequently. But just where he is right now, especially when he's more towards the door side than, let's say, being Hut, being the A site anchor, he's getting down on the vent, defending lower, he's fighting main to outside, he's fighting door to upper. So yeah, when he's more towards the door side of the site, that's when he's putting up more numbers.
Look at Alliance's setup here. 4 AKs on the CT side. So Kolesie might have gotten away with a 4-0 streak, but Alliance about to bounce back hard. Friend has caught the first kill on Era. Male 09 trades back his own AK responsive. It's an AWP dropped on the CT basis. Navid will be next port of call on the outside control. 2 teammates indoors though. How he's going to get around this corner. Watching red box for now. Shadow seen. Pre-fires the angle, trying to keep him suppressed, but that gives up his life instead.
They're going to get a boost for Uppy to get back towards Heaven because there's no outside player right now. So this Hell extension that's coming through from the T's, while it's good space right now, they probably won't expect Uppy to be here.
Mini watched by Male, and Twist will now get in towards that Hell position. See players get challenged. The awkward engages of Uppy. Unable to do much there now on the upper ladder. AWP, friend still searching for Male. Not going to see anything on site though. Not directly here. B is going to get taken and plant down will come in from Kolesie. Not really much that the last 2 players of the CT side can do about it. Will Male expect friend to be so close? No. Back turn shot on. Uppy spotted towards the outside. Will get hunted down the same. They'll take all these AKs out of the CT hands. Kolesie can post up number 5 on their board in the contrast. Stop the 4-round streak of Alliance. Stop the reclaim an even stance. Probably would have been a claim of the lead as well, with the money being where it is for Kolesie. So very important right round for them to win. Then get Uppy around the corner. 10 seconds to try to fend him off, and yeah, he will get caught with flashbangs in hand. Innocent will take the kill, and no man stays alive for Alliance.
And even if Kolesie don't find any more success from this point onwards, even if they only post up 5 T rounds, I think they've done very well. Just being in a position to go up against a team that's almost within inside the top 20 on VRS, and you're giving them this much of a run for their money, they might feel that the only threat at the moment is Male 09. So if we have a little bit more access towards ramp, where we can fight against the in-game leader, if we have a bit more on the outside to fight against Era with the big green, we might be more successful. We might get more T rounds.
Era's going to try and re-aggress the issue, though. They're going to try and provide more impact with that AWP in mind, and M4A1S on the outside of Avid. And AUG also in for Twist. Avid's going to get caught with the blind sprays of Exist. AWP battle. 1 out by Friend. Way too close for Era to adjust against the man to an instant 5-on-3 within the first 35 seconds of the round. Twist is going to go hunting. Otherwise, that Friend's escape up is going to get caught on the outside. Clock, he also takes down Twist and Male 09. Left alone in the 1 versus 5, and a great isolation of the individual players on the outside control. Not going to avoid that start. Male still able to get some damage and a kill in on the post round. Not fine clock you, unfortunately. Not like it matters, though. 6 to the board of Kolesie was always going to come up on for themselves. Alliance. It felt like they were going to get into this matchup proper, but maybe less so.
Well, the Poles are doing well. They weren't hitting outside for ages. They're now starting to pressurize it quite a bit. Alliance, especially Twist, wanted to come up with a different game plan, be more aggressive to take map control, and both players just miss out massively. You've got Avid falling very quickly to a spam. You've then got the AWP that also falls quite easily. And then as soon as it's a 5v3 and outside is compromised, there's no return. You're never going to recover that round. There's another buy on the table, but 6-3, you are seeing very similar signs to the matchup between Sitters and Sashi, where the favorites are struggling. They're not finding it easy.
Kolesie. Down. The series advantage, but up right now in this context. Every favoritism given towards the Alliance side. Kolesie still on to maintain a decent T-side half out of this one, especially as Abby goes down first up, expecting him to walk into that secret flank angle, and the crossfire was held, the kill is secured. Era AWP now ready to receive back over the ramp entrance. Twist has already made his way into the B-bomb site, caught by so many players and so many angles. Era can take one kill back out of the fold to deal with that lurker, but execution's inbound, 4-on-3. Alliance instantly calling the tactical retreat. Get out of there, save the guns, because this is a half advantage for the Poles now.
And Kolesie and Innocent in particular is calling quite a special T-side of Extremity players. They had only 3 players committing B there. They still left a lobby lurk. They left Innocent on the outside. Then they get the bomb down and they're taking map control back up towards ramp. They are really pressurizing some of these extra areas on the map rather than just packing and grouping as a unit. Uppy has been in saving positions in the past. Now he was unsuccessful last time, and it will probably be the same. 3-7 at the deficit. Another buy on the table. Slightly weaker this time than what we've seen previous. The Poles are putting in a very good shift right now.
Indeed they are. Indeed they are. 7-3. Half advantage taken on T side of Nuke. 2 more rounds on the half to go for Alliance to try to turn it into a 5th at the very least. And statistically speaking, it's actually the weaker half on the Kolesie camp. So this is all the positives for themselves to make another surprising turn of events in these 2-0 series. Sinners got caught flat-footed by Sashi when they dominated their way on the second and third map. It might start from the beginning for Kolesie's part. Male's trying to make a difference. SMG in hand, takes down 2, unable to get that third man. Friends AWP is a little bit too close to react to, but Twist deals with that responsive, and now it's all Innocent who will plant the bomb down on the B-bomb site, but exposed, cornered, and taken away by Uppy. Cash man will mean nothing into the last round of the half. Kolesie will be buying Alliance. Happy to get away with a handful of AKs as well, so bonus firepower for themselves to work with in what will be the last round of the half. And their last chance to maintain dignity here on CT side.
And there might be people out there saying, why on earth is Malo 9 on an MP9 when he's dropping ridiculous numbers? I think it makes a lot of sense in that round. We've seen so much outside and ramp hits from Kolesie in the last few. As an A-site player, especially top heart, there's no point having an M4 and AK. You're only going to do the same damage with an MP9 or an MP7. It's just a shame that he's putting up 16 kills, 6 deaths, he's had multi-frags, he's had huge individual impact, and nobody else has stepped up around him. Everybody else is struggling, they're getting caught off guard, they're getting outplayed by a lot of these defaults, so that's the only downside right now for Alliance.
Kolesie done a very good job at disallowing Malo 9 from finding the full amount of impact. It's 16 kills in just 11 rounds is something to behold. The scoreline reflection demonstrates that hasn't always been on point. The rest of Alliance to maintain upon that impact, upon those kills, upon that potential generated. Kolesie Bring out their weapons as standard, AWPs, AKs. 3 AKs available for the Alliance camp. Avid in the same position that he lost his AK in the previous round. Players around the corner. Will he fall for that shadow trap once again? Smokes on the red box. See, covering fire put down. AK engaged, transition to the double. Oh, he gets a triple with it as well. Exists beyond that smoke, barely seen on the traces. And Melo and I can strike down Belaney. So Alliance, this one goes swimmingly for them. Far better than it should have done. And certainly enough to claim a 5th to close the half.
It's just come out of nowhere. I mean, Avid was on 2 kills going into round 12, and now he's on 5. Great control. Really good spray transfers from quite a few players on Alliance in this first half.
Now Friend with the impossible task ahead of him. Bombs on his back, in towards ramp. He's been heard firing that weapon. Tech9 will pop open the window to try and draw them downstairs, but can come from so many different angles here. Lobby access. Heaven control. Going to choose to go through vent for the most part, but they're going to keep players upstairs as well, so all the bases covered on the Alliance's part. There's really no way back in for Friend right here. He's praying for a miracle. In 30 seconds is not miracle time. Work his way forward into the corridors, back open at the observation room. Leans up, man seen, but runs into Era's AWP, who will close out the half. Kolesie still up on T side though. Is that a negative for the Alliance side? I guess we'll find out after the break.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Well, Melo 9 star power was certainly felt in the opening portions of this map up, but the impact wasn't quite all 100% with Alliance's other players falling behind in terms of numbers basis and falling behind on the scoreline, moving into their T side now. You have to deliver a similar style to Kolesie performance here because this is their map and this is their favoured half.
I'm still not too concerned about the favourites. Yeah, it was underwhelming, but you have to remember that they were down 0-4. To even get towards 5 rounds at the end of the first half is a positive note. They just need to increase performance. They need to show that they've got more quality moving into the second.
Exist the USP. Watching on the upper rafters. He's got Friend on the other side of the side. Bomb's been seen. Back up with it as well. Molotov to clear out the hut. Smoke in to get them into the back of the bomb site with smokes on a Heaven. Going to block off any potential in the early retakes here of Kolesie. 5-on-5 with the bomb going down.
Era has got a late molly. I expect for that to go down onto the bomb, similar to how it does on the B side of Ancient.
Down to twist on the outside will draw attention elsewhere, but only from one man. So Kolesie setting up for the flash plays. 2 of them on Exist. Era to watch the back lines, but it's all about Heaven. Up he caught blinded, tapping his way forward, dishing out damage. I think one of those caught the CT's blinded the same, but Mail and Avid get the kills in and throws the pawn thing. Double up for Mail. Third Bale, not by being seen, but Avid's got a mark onto Belaney. Last player of Exist can take down 2 headshots. Kit's on him. 4 or 5 second stick. Go grab that corner right now for Twist, and he will get him off the bomb just in time to secure the pistol round for Alliance.
It didn't even need the molly in the end. I have never seen that setup before. That is very creative coming through from Alliance. Because what it means is that even if they flood the bomb site, even if they overwhelm quickly, that molly is going to waste, what, nearly 10 seconds? And it's going to panic the CTs. It's going to filter them very quickly into lobby, via hut, via door. Nice to see a little bit of, let's say, nuance in the server. Don't say that often.
You have Counter-Strike, it's like chess. All sorts of new strategies being brought up all the time. A new tactic applied to that pistol round gives Alliance a pistol win. Both T sides getting the pistols advantages and start to close out a little bit more from Kolesie's part. Only in the lead by 2 at the turn of the half. Now only by 1 with a force buy in mind. That could turn into an advantage for Alliance instead. Assuming no shenanigans are at play here. Force buys with an M4 of Clock Q not quite finding his man. He did tag Avid out towards Secret. But the man's allowed to walk his way downstairs.
Exist deep in Garage knows that once they start using util against him, he's not going to be able to do very much. Now, Era is getting flashed, but they are grouping towards A. This is over. There's no A player, so this is just an instant save from Kolesie. They gambled so heavily that they were going to get a kill on the outside.
They got half of one, which isn't a good enough statement and standard set. Avid heard a footstep there. The scope of the scout. Deagle stands of Exist to get the kill from close range. The Galil will try striking back, though. Exist turns into a double kill, though. 20 seconds remaining on the bomb. I don't think they're going to have enough time to quickly charge up. Escaping from Uppy, Mail, and Twist, but that's a couple of weapons dropped and an AK now in the hands of the CT side, so positives on the Kolesie side, even if it isn't the round steal they're looking for. They're still going for a little bit more. Let's see whether Deagle can add a couple more heads out of this one. He's hearing the headshots and footsteps coming in, but Mail 9 gets him. Mostly will maintain their lives. But, I mean, Exist is the only player to drop in that one, I imagine. Drop a weapon towards him, try and go again.
I wouldn't even mind him USP. I mean, force buying again, you can. I think with 4 alive, I'd be more happy, especially against the favorites, to keep it light. Don't keep the pressure too high against them. Last thing you want is to just keep reinvesting and not forcing that reset. But yeah, that is what's going to happen.
M4 now in play for Exist. Innocent with the pistol. 5-7 pulled out, trying to lean into Squeaky Door angle. Exist is still able to frag, though. 15 kills deep as he takes down Twist, and Metal 9 may have some competition here. Damage to Uppy next on the Galil play of Clock Q. Now this is getting a little bit scary for Alliance. Nearly a 5-on-3 in the early 30 seconds of the round. Oh, Mail took down Uppy. What happened there? Must have been miscoordination or misplacement in terms of the ramp take. They do get friend back at least, but it's still a man advantage. Extended as Mail goes down to Innocent's backstab. Oh, it's coming undone quickly for Alliance now.
But they know that Avid's out towards ramp, and they've cleared up lobby, so they expect Era to be on the outside. This is a very good round, very good steal. And it's just that opening damage, isn't it? Exist, the newer guy on the server, the newer guy that's joined here for the polls, strikes early. Innocent catches some really good timing of inserting that pistol, the only pistol in play out of the entire team. Everybody else had further upgrades. The only reason that Innocent maybe didn't invest into more is because he wants to get the AWP in friends' hands in the next round. So that's why he's keeping his economy really high.
You mentioned Friend being a monstrous player in one of the earlier matches that we'd seen from Kolesie. Exist, the man that takes that mantle 15 deep. Era spotted, doesn't get spotted actually, but does get hunted after time, and that's going to do even more work against the T-side economy. Can't get the AK out of it. But the lead is defended on the Polish side. You can see how Exist got that kill in the first place. And what happened here with Malo 9 or Uppy walking into his spray. Things going very wrong for Alliance, and a moment to take a tactical pause. 2 of them called, 1 more remaining. And maybe rightfully so, they are on the verge of losing out the opening in the series.
I don't know, are they? I mean, it's only 1 round the difference. Like, I know that doesn't help things, does it? Because the economy is kind of out of whack after losing to an anti-eco, but you're not really losing to the biggest of investments. But I don't think there's still a huge amount of threat yet. I think if Kolesie can get themselves, let's say, to win this round, get up 10-7, then pressurize the next gun round to make it 11-7, then I think you're in a position to lose the map. But I still have a lot of faith in Alliance in the second half.
Well, the way I see things is Exist is doing absolute God's work on the CT side. You've got a force play into this round with the Hero AK on Twist and a Mac 10 available for Avid. You haven't got a lot of cash in spare. For Kolesie to win this one, then you go 10-7, so I do see the threat. AK in the hands of Twist as well, the bottom fragger of the board. Alliance on the outside access for Malo 9. He's the only man up there for the time being. Uppy will go ahead and join him from Silo. The diagonal smokes to try and indicate outside control and access. Era will open up the squeaky door. It's already been smoked by the CT side though, so spam his way in hopes that he can get a lucky blow or two. Clock Q will see nothing at the mini smoke. Belaney watching ramp. They're going to take access as Mel will go down a friend in the end. Mac 10 to engage. Belaney can't deal with him rather effectively. Look for the next man forward. Deagle shots landing. Only small damage being done though. And backups on the way in. The AK still able to contest. Exist will get another kill tied to his tally. Deagle stands in Era's part. Eventually fought away by Belaney and Uppy alone in the 1v4. And Kolesie will make light work of this round.
And I'm just looking back at the core's results here from Kolesie. Of course, when Belaney came into the team at the start of the year, it means that you've only got a core 3 that dates back about 4 months or so. Their best upset was the 21st of January, a matchup in the Rio closed qualifiers where they got a 16-14 win over the Boomich-led BetBoom side. Other than that, the majority of their wins that they've taken in the last few months have been against only mid-pack tier 2 teams. So this would certainly be one of the best to date. A very good anti-force as well. I mean, they really don't lose many players to that buy at all.
And the core of this side might be different to back then, but you did hear Twist during the interview saying, hey, it was a different lineup, but they beat us last time we faced them back during DreamHack. Maybe there's something. Innocent and Clock Q have held over from that previous head-to-head. It's the Innocent's confidence to try and attack against the Alliance side. Will get the kill on Uppy, but Malo 9 with the tray back. It's only an SMG loss, though.
And we have seen some very good individual performances throughout this tournament, especially in the first halves. I think back to the game that Unity had against Eyeballers. Woozy went, what, 18-2. We saw the likes of Malo 9 going 17-6 in the first half. He's come into the second, and he's only added 4 more kills. Now, we've not had many rounds. One of them was just on a Glock round. But once you get into those gun rounds, you would be looking at him to see, can he continue that amazing individual performance? Can he keep those numbers up? Can he try and get closer towards 30 and try and get Alliance to get in with some rounds here?
Clock you down the next onto Malo 9. Belaney's going to get pressure by the numbers game of the T side. Does get overwhelmed by Avid and the SMG, so something offered over in terms of firepower. The AK lineup there for Clock is perfect, and a third man taken aback by the man all the same. So effective on the quadra. Kolesie now 10-7. Alliance. Behind by 3. 3 to the win on Kolesie's part. A rifle round that will lead them into map point. Something that Alliance would really like to avoid here.
And this is going to be a good test for Kolesie that could jump up the rankings quite a lot over these next few weeks of competition, especially with a LAN in a few days. This is the moment to peak. This is the moment to get ready. Avid on the outside expecting some aggression, and, well, he's definitely right to assume so. You've got a player towards the back of T-Red, and then another player out to Africa.
He's just going to catch the opening kill on Era elsewhere, so starting advantage found. Friends going to get Molotov forward, but not far forward enough. The HG's a little bit late from Avid the same. Gets away alive. Yeah, check all the way of Africa. They better do. Clock Q shoulder scene adjustment from Avid. Felt like it was off, but he gets his man to the end. Friend is already positioned away, so the transfer yields nothing. It's a 4-on-4 for now instead. Both sides have low HP players.
And Kolesie have loved lobby aggression. So many rounds in this second half. You've had Innocent and the boys just pushing door, pushing hut, pushing ramp, and they're not ready for it.
Mel couldn't get left isolated as well. Uppy's turned away. Footsteps heard. It's going to draw attention back. But that bomb is on his back. And as he falls, now Mel's got all the pressure against him. They can try and hunker down some lobby access and control and just Crossfire against outcasts and angles that the T's could take. Male on 9's going to have to go hunting back. He saw the gun barrel. Walking to Belaney, but Exist already has the angle held. And Friend towards the outside will deal with Avid, so Twist stands alone. A 1-on-4. And Herd fight against the first, but dinked in the process. He's got no further chance to win the rest of this clutch.
The best that he can hope for is a bit of damage, and unfortunately for the CTs, or I suppose good for them, but unfortunate for Alliance, once they lost that anti-force buy round, they just gave so many AKs over to the opposition, and from that point onwards, we've had probably 2, sometimes even 3 AKs being held round after round, and they always do so much damage. Very good check from Avid on the outside, but it's just the control that comes in towards lobby. Exists just pre-firing with the bomb carrier to finish it off. 11-7, there's another force buy on the table, and Kolesie, I mean, considering that they didn't even win pistol to start off the second half, this has been a really good CT side and rounds in a row. It's now 4 in a row where they've not even given a single plant forward to the Swedes at all.
Lions have been shut out in this T side. Pistol conversion, that has been it. Kolesie have broken buys to force into against Alliance's part. Exist and Friend are going to instantly take those kills in. Tech9 indoors, Male 09 going to get shut down. And now he's been neutralized. His teammates will follow suit. There's a map point for Kolesie on their map pick. It was a heavy investment there from Alliance. Again, no bomb plant. Again, no bonus cash. And what should lock in is map 1 to the Polish side.
And it's great to see that Exist, even on his debut performance here on Nuke, can still have a really good individual showing. And maybe there's a little bit more reason to why he got picked up. I think a lot of people, let's say, especially that just only follow Tier 2, probably never even really heard of Exist because he's not played on any of those top Polish teams in the past. I mean, he's playing with Minlate recently, which was Amanek and BST and Polo. Those guys weren't even a Tier 2 team. They were playing in the depths of Tier 3. And he comes up, he's only played a handful of games. He's got, what, 9 maps for Kolesie, this being his 10th. And then you're dropping 20 kills and 12 deaths versus a near top 20 team in the world of Alliance.
He's a monster. And they've managed to catch up to Male 09's numbers by sheer impact. The Kolesie have formed around. I can't say the same about Alliance in their entirety. Minimum frags of 9 kills across the CT board. Much more spread out and spread lower on Alliance's part. 3 players on double-digit kill counts for Kolesie, only 2 for Alliance. Avid just walked right past the player in the lockers. Belaney is going to catch them both. And that one corner should seal the deal on this round and this map. Twist and Uppy, no idea where to move towards the backstab. So late to react to it for the veteran. The clock you. And Innocent will close them down. 13-7, pretty decent from Kolesie as they kickstart with map 1 in the best of 3.
It's a very good statement coming through from Kolesie. Now, Innocent and Spiro know this is only one map in the series, okay? We're going up against a giant. We're going up against one of the best teams in the competition. Don't let ego get in front of us. Don't feel as if the series is already done with just how one-sided our map pick is. It's only going to get more difficult from this point onwards. But if you are the Poles, you're going to be very satisfied because very infrequently do you get to play teams at this level, and you've shown that you can completely outclass them.
Indeed you have, and again, it's the second time over that we've seen this from this particular head-to-head, right? Again, it's not a core of Kolesie. It's still only 2 of the players from that previous Venom lineup, but they did beat them on Nuke last time during that DreamHack event. Twist mentioned it before during the interview. The other map that they beat them on was Dust 2 as well. So you've got 2 map-ups in the series that were repeated from last time, this time more confident than their previous Nuke, and on home territory. Yeah, Kolesie can't rest on their laurels. They can't be too confident about this, but surely they can look at this now and say, okay, we've got a chance to do some more damage in this best of 3.
Yeah, I think that's a positive way of thinking, and I think that's something that they'll surely believe in, especially with the youngsters doing quite well. We didn't see much AWPing success from Friend. Didn't even really see him have the big green that often. He was mainly rifling, but we saw Belaney looking quite good. Innocent was pressurizing the lurks quite a lot. Exist, of course, put up quite a lot of numbers. So definitely a great start to the best of 3. I think that they just need to recognize how difficult it is to really pull off an upset. I know that it happened with the Sinners game up against Sashi, but you are going up against a legit tier 1.5 team, and going into map 2, going into map 3, Alliance know how important this series is. They know they need to get to this land. They need to go 3-0 in the swears.
And no doubt that Kolesie will now have a chance to try and use that formation around Exist to give them that leg up here. It won't be easy. Again, you've got Anubis coming into the second map in the series. It is Alliance's pick. It's their home territory and for very good reason. And we're going to find out that reason, though. We'll find out for ourselves after the break.
Isten hozott to híresek čornokábor. Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi, výbava, analytika, plechtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Isten hozott a híresek csarnokában. Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu. Místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi výbava analytika plechtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
Surprisingly slow from Alliance to start off this best of 3 series. They can see Nuke to the Kolesie side. It is the Polish map pick, of course. So to be fair, it is home territory for them to take. Now we move into home territory of Alliance with Anubis. Probably should be looking like a much lesser, close affair and much more of a confident situation now for Alliance. They've been doing great work on this map recently.
Indeed they have, and they've been playing a lot of good teams on it, especially in the LAN environment. They beat M80, they beat Passion UA, they beat Aurora, which is quite a statement. I mean, that's a top 10 team in the world right there. For Kolesie, they've only played it once with Friend, which was against a mixed squad. They've never played it with Exist. I think it's going to be very difficult here for the Poles to even compete, let alone be able to try and push for a 2-0.
And over a month since we last saw the map on record, you've got to imagine that the playing time is probably not as proficient as it otherwise could have been. Yes, you could have been playing it in the back rooms, in the practice servers, and trying to G yourself up in that regard, but we won't know until we actually get into the server and find out how proficient it will be from Kolesie's part. For Alliance, it's all about trying to form around Male09. His star performance on Nuke was not lived up to in terms of the results in the rounds. Let's see whether it will be a different case here with the CT side start of Anubis.
And there would have been a lot to discuss after Nuke about getting our heads back in the game, of just being able to show that we can win and show that we can be threatening against a team that we should never really even be challenged against. So it was definitely a surprise to see how map number 1 went down. Now we go into map 2. This is where Alliance should show their full threat.
Doing this on Avid and Male09. 3 players flashed in to get the opening kill on Avid. Era's headshot is good for the first man of clock. Q to return 5. Good flashing from his teammate. Sees that bomb carrier. Desperate to get PLAYzone down, but Oliver extends too far out range and losing his life, losing his head, losing the man advantage for Alliance. Kolesie quick wrap in towards the B site as a result.
And Male09 is going to beat the rotation and can fight out from Temple. It just depends on how much he can get. I mean, really, he wants to try and set for a crossfire.
So wary of something coming in the back lines. In the end, the bomb plant will be heard and secured down at the back of the site. Laney and Innocent move together to try and check access towards Temple. Mode through 1 player up. He can take that trade. Male09 gets on site. It only lasts for 1 kill before he goes down. It's all on Uppy now. No kicks on his back. Trying to land the first head. Friend catches him overcooking it, and Kolesie will take a pistol win. 2 out of 3 in the series for them so far.
Well, you just felt for Alliance, it was a bit of a misread. They go aggressive into A main, perfect flash setup for the T's. They then try and counter the space, which is the correct call. Era just mechanically doesn't get enough out of that round. When they're both blinded, when they're both tucked in towards a cubby quarter, you need to be making sure that you're multi-fragging and then trying to fall back to site. It doesn't happen. And it's just a complete cancel. And then even though when they go into the B bomb site, they don't just sit there and crossfire, play time, play deep. They're taking space. They're giving the fight back to Alliance. They're pressing there into Temple.
Maintaining that aggressive stance. So pacey in terms of when the round got going in that pistol. Slow to kick things off the default to this one. Gamble stack from Alliance heading into the A-bomb side where B is the target. They're going to enter in without concern. Plant that bomb, and there's nothing the Alliance can really do about it. Might put the pistols in to try and get some exits. The focus will be the rifles in the next round here, and Innocent may get quite the payday out of this Mac 10.
He just knows 2 or 3 kills would be great to try and get into that first gun round, try and get an AWP up for my teammate.
2 men seen. 1, 2, and 3 fragged. 4 men down. Last player around this corner is going to go searching. Back's turn, so Euro can actually get the casualty, but $2,400 a kill bonus. I think they're not going to be too fussed about that. 1 casualty worth of loss. Delaney will just ensure that the man will fall. Friend actually gets credited with the kill. All the rifles staying in play for Kolesie's 2-0 start. Alliance up to the gun by.
The battle of the in-game leaders is going to be something to follow as this series goes on. Innocent with 2,400 maps played on HLTV at 32. Twist with 2,600 maps on HLTV. He's 31. They've all played at a Tier 1 level in the past. They've all competed at majors. And now it's back to the Tier 2 mindset for the present day. This is a positive beginning here from Kolesie, but this first gun round has to be a statement. Win this, go 4-0 up, then we've got something to work with. Then you've got something to at least compete against Alliance.
M4's a Twist leaning forward as part of the press, and Male09 will follow him up, but not see anything in the T-side line. Held back, hearing footsteps and continuing to hold those passive lines of engagement. Incendiaries have gotten in the way. But as the fire fades, they will start to move into the main entrance. The pathway towards it. Only Male09 jump facing to spot for information. And now the solo defender as they go searching all the way in mid.
He's got to try and block at the right time. Needs to drop that smoke. It might even be too late. All players out to mid aren't seeing anything at all. This is a great setup for the T's.
Orb has been seen. Smoke will come out and that will force the cancel. Turned out to be right the perfect timing with Twist taking the mid access as well. Needs to hug that corner. Seeing 2, lighting him up, only getting the 1 pick out of it. Seeing the bomb at least. Avid will wait for further contact to come in from the mid position, but they're not that aggressive. Kolesie back into the B play.
A bit of noise being made there, so that window player here's the water individual, and they're going to have 2 players on B. So this is a very good read from the CTs now.
Be aware that Electric's compromised. M4 swings in from Avid, gets his kill and exist at the right time. His execution starts coming down to that B bomb site. It's all down to the main presence. Male09 gets his kill on Delaney. Era held on the back lines, was heard of that Molotov, but it's going to wait for that bomb to get planted and south for the retake. They're in a 4-on-2.
They've got no space anywhere. They don't even know that Era's out on the backside and Friend is completely surrounded. Are they main? Are they electric? Are they behind me on B? You've just got no idea, so you get surrounded very quickly. Now, I do think for Kolesie, it was a little bit slow in that default, and that's where it allows the info plays. That's where Alliance are going to be really good on that CT side. They're going to be constantly maneuvering. They took B early, they then took mid, they dropped into the canals. There's a lot of activity from them. So Innocent needs to be able to adapt with that and recognize that if we get smoked towards B main next time around, we need to come up with game plans on how we can quickly accelerate. The last thing we want is to give ourselves time of going into stacked up bomb sites and running into traps.
Advantage, Kolesie still. Alliance have gained their first. More to work with AWP. Shot on from Era, perfectly placed on Friend. Exist will still try to lead them in towards his A main position. Faster pace out from him. Incendiaries won't stop. HGs will do some damage, but not a massive amount here. The smoke will try and block. He still leans forward and nearly loses his life for it, but the 2 Alliance players couldn't punish that extension.
Exist is now giving himself some lurk smokes, which means that Uppy might expect that there's a bit of a press, that there's going to be a walk forward. A lot of counter util, and the AWP just didn't quite catch the timing of his assist falling off. Now, with all of this pressure towards A, it has allowed a mid-timing. Now, Kloku could have got towards Temple there, could have actually been able to press further.
Let's stall it out instead. Seen by Twist, who backs off the angle immediately. We'll call it in. HE trying to reveal the presence, but no man is seeing. Kloku's back a bit turned. Male09's got to deal with the electric presence in the meantime. As finally Twist deals with that back line. Blaney with 1 tray will keep him away from that B-type defensive, so he still rests on Male to stand alone. He does do so well against the first of Innocent, not so much the second of Exist. That bomb will get picked up and planted. Still a man advantage for Alliance on the retake, though.
They've got to keep fighting here. Unfortunately, there's hardly any util. There's no smoke, there's no flashes, so taking map control is not easy for Kolesie.
Just watching that back line. AK waiting, seeing shoulders of 1, dinged down in the process, desperately trying to fight. Delaney gets his kill together. Era trades it back and doubles up of his own accord, tripling the round overall. Alliance are back to evens very early here on Anubis.
And it tells you with these setups just how much reliance Twist knows that he can put in Male09. That they're happy, let's just say, to fight heavy for mid, to have a player like yourself deep there towards beach, have heavy players on 3 on A, try and pressurize camera, and just leave a solo B individual, because he's always going to get one, he's always going to block for time. Really good work from the youngster, and Alliance look comfortable on that retake. They now get themselves a couple rounds in a row, and even with that cash injection, there's not a buy on the table.
No, not at all. AK for Belaney. Force invest. Tech-9s and Deagles. Maximum firepower out of the limited funds that they've got. Kolesie. Stand to lose 4-2. Disadvantage to Alliance. The team are dominant and in control. And they had that one good result on Unity earlier during the competition. A 13-0 played out on this Anubis. So overwhelming, you kind of wondered if anybody could stop them. It wasn't, of course, the greatest team in the comp, but confidence on display. Something to behold. And we'll see that confidence return here as this matchup plays on.
This force buy puts a lot of pressure on Belaney to make something happen. Outside of main, to drop an anchor, to allow a multi-frag to come in from that AK. And it's a very passive line here from Male09. He's probably quite happy to give them the bomb plant.
Aventero Incendiary will try to stall them out from another angle, though. Male09 will now look to try and join him in Twist. Now, one's watching the main entrance, though, from beyond those smokes. They can blind spray. Eventually, one player gets towards the outside and over a cliff. Having can get a kill. Clock you and Nism take 2 right back. But there's a player out here as USP tries to fight, but ultimately is going to get overwhelmed with a numbers game. Era, edge of the smoke. It will start to clear. Player seen in the back. Bomb's not going to get denied. He gets out of the way. The P250, who continues to try and flight. Headshots getting on Innocent, and a triple secured as Clock U's also taking clean out. It's all friend now. 1v2 his own accord. Deagle shots don't land. Up he finishes the job. It's Era, the performer now for Alliance. 10 kills deep in just 5 rounds. Alliance will take the lead.
That's more than superb. That's insane. I can't believe that Era has been able to do that. Now, what he's attempting there is to come in quickly, put pressure on the bomb plant, and just allow rotation room to be able to strafe to the right-hand side, kill the left-hand side player, transfer to the right as well. I mean, I'm thinking he's probably going to get one. I'm thinking he's going to get Innocent and then get traded. But it was how quickly that Temple player came in making noise, right? That player towards Glyph for Clocku, he's not even looking at the P250, is he? He's not even looking towards Era.
Gets caught by a pistol. Male09 seeing so much presence out there towards May, and they're going to get a quick adjustment. Kolesie. Again on Tech-9s and Deagles and P250s, but this time without the force invest, this time without the funds to justify it. Save that cash into the 7th. And buy there to try and resist this Alliance lead, which should grow to 4-2. I mean, action's been given up by the CT forces. Having to try and counter Incendiary. Some damage. HG's also coming from Era that chunk away the HP bars. This first ball call at camera. 1 kill, 2 kills found. Exist will trade. Avid will get right back onto him. Friend is a good responder there with the P250. A 3rd kill would be lovely in this context, but he's low now, dead. His teammates similarly low and will fall to Male09. Maintain the AK into this round. A 4-2 does indeed lock in for Alliance now. The buybacks are available for Kolesie.
And we might very well see these next few tournaments, next couple of weeks of competition for Alliance, that they start introducing Anubis more frequently into their map pool, because Inferno and Overpass is clearly their #1 and #2 map in, let's say, the picking options of best of 3s. But when they were at Drakland back in April, they did pick this map against Passion UA. They did pick it against M80. We saw against, what was it, Fnatic, it was picked by the opposition. Aurora, it was picked by the opposition. They did pick it against Monty in the first round of the playoffs. So maybe more recently than, let's say, the last 3 months, we're starting to see more Anubis from them.
Kolesie strike first into this matchup. Round on the bye. We'll take the opening fight from Innocent, apply it to Avid. Move him out clean. Slow off the back of that though. Kolesie not overly zealous, not overly quick, not willing to give up too much. Instead start leaning into that B play.
There might be a walk timing here from Belaney. If he walks through the main smoke and gets out to jail, Melo9 can't do anything, and he's got no rotator. This is another case where they're leaving him solo on B.
Sees the Atelier coming in, tries to counter Incendiary. That main entrance exists. It's caught up in the meantime. Innocent, spray back, transfer of that AK. So recognize the traces coming in from Exist, but switching to Utility cost him his life. AWP of Era now inside the Smoker Temple. Opts to fall away. There was damage done in previous rounds, so it's best to hold on to these two guns, buy back around them. Kolesie will take 3.
Very difficult there for Melo9. Not a lot you can do. Don't have a crossfire, don't have a huge amount of util. You've got to try and separate one of those areas, and he does that by molotoving off towards B main, getting into electric. It's just a very good spam. Even if that player in water didn't get him, one of the main players would have done anyway. With that setup, you needed more impact towards A or towards mid, because that's where the majority of the CTs were. Kolesie get up to 3, and even though the scoreline might only be a difference of 1, it has been a fairly competitive start to the beginning. I mean, we've had, quite a lot of bomb plants for Kolesie. They've got themselves in quite a few post-planting situations that look winnable, that they've not quite converted. So I would say Innocent is going to be quite happy with the performance they're putting up, even if they know that they need to get more rounds on T side in the first half.
Scoreline gap is still 1. Even from that perspective, it's still somewhat competitive. Could go to evens and back the way of Kolesie, with the economy being where it is for Alliance, with the nature of how they've played out these setups. Man, Alliance going to get some more directive support from Era in this round. Warp in hand, flash support. Knal's going to get cleared up by Avid, and check all the water to see nobody here at the T side, wary that they could be beyond the rugs and behind that smoke. At least they know that the execution won't come in too quickly towards the A site for now. Clock's seen a player towards mid, revealed himself in the bottom.
Now players are getting closer and closer to a contact, but it's just so passive by the T side. NWP's hoping that someone comes in from rugs. Got Twist that's going to get reflashed back into the angle. So silent.
Orb still holds. Dry face killed off on Exist. Again, their man advantage is back out of their position entirely, knowing they've got what they came for.
And look at Uppy. There's not a huge amount of time left on the clock. He's the A anchor, and he's still got a smoke and an incendiary. So he's going to block, and they're probably going to have to cancel A and go B.
Incendiary at the deeper main just for good measure, and that's the effect of that map control take. The notion that there's nobody out there, the AWP getting his pick, Uppy utilizing the utility as soon as it comes in, a secondary smoke from his teammate as well. Stall even more time out of this. If they are leaning into the A bomb site, push through the smoke and try and go fast with it. Instead, Twitch just brackets them, takes Innocent out of the fold, backs up towards Canals. AWP gets caught by Era on his swing, protect his teammate, keep 5 alive, and force these last 2 AKs to back off and save. There's no time on the clock. Too much stalling done by Alliance. Kolesie can see one back to the CT side.
And that's where there's just too much respect being given. Like, Kolesie just take too long to take any map control. They don't have mid. They don't have water. They don't have anything towards B. When you don't have space, you open yourself up for CTs holding on to util, and you can't commit A. I mean, once that second smoke came in after Uppy had already dropped his first in the incendiary, you could see that they were backing off. What they wanted to do was fake A and go in towards water. Just never going to happen. That's probably one of the best rounds you're ever going to see today on Anubis. Really good control from Alliance. Triple boost.
AWP won't spot anything with it, though. Smoke's in the way and nobody's there in the first place.
Hang on.
One man will present later. Just missed the mark, though. Meanwhile, they're walking into main. The flashbang support about to come in. They dismantle that boost. They all get caught blinded with that flash. On the box, beyond the walls. Exist will get a kill from Abid. I'll be with one trade, two trades back in that M4 from this heaven control. Era as well felt like he should have been shot on, but I think caught by the lip of the wall there. Down to 1 point of HP instead. Amount of advantage being gained by Uppy on his exchanges though, so Alliance can cake the cavalry and get the backup out here. Alliance, they will lose Era in the end. Twist will also burn down the Beleni, but he took the man with him. Exist now extending, going to try and catch these players off from heaven. Uppy to start moving forward, sees him in the edge of the smoke, and Innocent stands alone. The bomb been dropped in no man's land. And now he's on the clutch somehow. With all that setup favoring Kolesie, they still couldn't get the job done.
Well, Uppy just supports when things get very difficult. Now, when you're running a triple boost and there's an A contact, there's an A exec, you're of course out of position. Now, what he does is very quickly gets to heaven because there's the two players that are body blocking themselves around that bricks and camera area just because of the util. You've got flashes, you've got players being blinded. It's just not easy. So him swinging wide and just taking a bit of distraction, taking some attention away, sets up that entire round. That's well done from the young Swede. And it's a very good recovery. Kolesie would have thought that they had them uncomfortably in a position where they couldn't fight back, and instead they still commit onto the round.
Like you said, caught out of position, but Uppy, good reactions, good responsives. Quadra in the round overall, an excellent sequence, an excellent defensive. Bomb plants being disallowed once again on Kolesie's part. There's a bit more like it for the Alliance camp. Perhaps underwhelming with how the first map went down, but in this one, home territory been all over them on the weekend half of this map. 6-3 minimums taken. Guaranteed to not lose the half. Can they win the half though? A good round out of this could be enough. They've got hero weapons passed around, a bit of a Aussie buy. They'll get Malo 9 to kick things off. His extension towards main will cost the man advantage for Alliance. The AWP of Era though, shoulder baited out actually. I thought he was going to hit that shot. Does get the second chance to take down Exist, and they can't quite finish the job on the Tech 9. Innocent overwhelmed by Uppy next up. And all that A main presence taken away. It's down to the B executors. Inbound Beleni first. Twist shuts him down. Clock Q will get flashed in, evaded by Twist. Counter Incendiary is going to block them away from Electric, but it's both coming in from main. Clock Q sprayed upon, missing those shots to the M4. 3-on-2 with low HP for several players on the Alliance side. The bomb plant will be secured. Can they fend them off now?
Well, Clocky's got to take space, and he's probably only going to get one out here to Temple. It's so difficult to multi-frag.
Uppy waits, smokes in, seen him, takes him. Second man goes down quickly, the same. Uppy at 2 points of HP, still lights him up. Alliance will take the half.
Just not good enough there from Kolesie. They get themselves a really good opener. The only reason Beleni wins that first fight is because he's got the best spawn to go for an aggro play and tuck into the corner. We see towards A, Era misses the first. He really needs to get that trade from Innocent. Like, you can't afford the AWP to basically fall back into the pillar, allow Uppy to swing wide. It might be the opposition map pick, but winning pistol, winning anti-eco, and then only winning one more round from that point onwards, it feels as if you've just come here to Anubis and you've been hit into a landslide. You just can't fight at all.
And they are getting pumped. Rifles brought back in by Kolesie. Lost bonus and bomb plant bonuses combining. Put them on the guns with 2 AKs to contend with on the CT side. And the AWP friend trying to play entry. Uppy. Here that scope gets the kill in. Teammate in the back lines will also start peeking forward to try and deal with the secondary presence out there. Incendiary is also block. They'll both escape with their lives. Kolesie down a man. Era up for 2 more in mid. Find the right peak to look into. They're not checking the elbow angles. Who gets his kill on the first and the second. God, he's shooting like lightning. Avid's there to close him out. All 5 alive. Plenty of AKs for the CT side to go into the last round of the half with massive positives across the board.
And I know you've said that Kolesie haven't been playing this map recently, even if they've got 11 maps on record in the last 3 months. in that sample size, Kolesie is one of the best riflers on the side. He's averaging a 1.18 rating. Where is he? I mean, he's just not dropping any numbers. Almost the entire team aren't really putting numbers up. We had Male09 going 17-6 in the first half for Nuke. Era is 17-4, and we've not even concluded the first half yet.
Another star performance out of Alliance. Doesn't need to be on Male09. The veteran SC can go quite a long way. Era's AWP effective. Our position for the B execution here. Twist and Male now with the task on their hands. Male's been left alone quite a lot this time. 2 backup individuals, with Avid also joining the fray. 3 men set and ready. Smokes involved against the cliff angle. Male09 will reveal that he's out there to maintain that position. The jump face is constantly looking for information. It's all to go the way of the execution now. Innocent starts to make his move in. Blind spray is hoping to catch the youngster. Twist will try to protect him. Kill out of the first man, not the second. Blaney in his next. Trade him right back. Male09 gets caught by Blaney in the end of his Galil. Now it's Era and Uppy, the 2 men that have stood out the most on this on this side of the Alliance. A 2v4 retake feels very undoable.
And nothing in this, and what a shame. That's the first time in ages that we've seen 3B. It's normally been the B bomb site that's had 2 players or Male09 solo. The one time they have the read of heavy players, they just can't quite crossfire. Overwhelmed by Kolesie.
Uppy will try and lean forward into Electric, make a noise. Gives away the kill to exist, and now Era's got no hope in hell. Didn't have a hope in hell to begin with. Land the first shot on the first man, will be exposed towards main as he tries to make his way to the site, but gets caught by Exist on a swing back Electric. So there you go, a 4th round for Kolesie. Still Alliance up by 8 on the CT side though.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Near perfection from Alliance, complete contrast. Our Nuke went down, but it works out well enough for an 8-4 advantage. And even though Kolesie looked alive in that last round of a half, it's still an advantage of the CT basis here. Don't expect to see that too much here on Anubis as Alliance transition to that T side now. Kolesie have got to do quite a lot of work to try and maintain a 2-0 chance. It feels very unlikely at this stage.
It feels as if they've almost been humbled from map number 1. I know the rounds have been competitive out here on Anubis, but you can just see the quality difference and the expectation to why Alliance should win this game, why they're the best team in the comp. Blaney, aggressive, out here to search towards water. It's a very tight angle, and it might lean some more aggression from the A players, so they can clear map control, but the majority of guys are taking mid here from the Ts.
Uppy trying to lurk, but mid trying to search. Exist. Forward contact of his USP. Hunt down T-side players. He's seen that bomb, seen his backup. Backup coming in as well with the CT side coming into the mid access. A bit pushed away from the site itself, but a lot of main and water control that could start to go towards their way on this Twist. Strikes on the site. We'll take down one. Male09 will go drop in. Avid's put the bomb down and also put Blaney back in his place. Advantage reclaimed to an even stance of Exist. Finding Twist. Uppy, late lurk. Sees a player outside of main. We'll take down Innocent. Now Friends force forward into the hands of Avid, who takes 2 more kills out of the round. The pistol win for Alliance to go up to 9-4.
Now, do you know what's funny about that round? Is that that's actually a failure tactically from Alliance. So while they're walking and they're taking map control towards mid, they've got Uppy as the player to get the util forward. Now, he's out towards Rugs with the double flashes to get them into camera. Now, as soon as he gets into position to throw the flashes, he ends up getting caught by the guys taking water space. So that first flash misses, and then the second one, he can't even throw it because it's already too late. So that was a perfect setup for Kolesie. They couldn't have capitalized any more, and it's just unfortunate they don't win the round.
Fragging power, too good. Trade potential, 2 on point. Alliance still all over them. Exist was hoping to get ahead of that smoke from the one angle where he could not burn, but still find an angle of attack. Who will get a kill in eventually as he re-aggresses on up. He gets caught off guard. Avid takes the damage, but gets the kill in the end. Exist also gets spam damage from Ira. Flashbang forward, he gets his engaged the SMG. Avid will quickly trade back when Ira's demise. Up to that rifle to a 3-on-3. Avid's low HP.
Boost is expecting more aggression. Now, Kolesie were doing this a lot on the city side of Nuke, especially towards lobby. Just keep pressurizing, keep walking forward. So just have your guns up and wait for the next contact. It might come top mid, it might come water, it might come outside of B main. There's still so much time on the clock, so there's no problem at all here for Alliance to slow the clock in.
Mainly searching, Avid watching. Wary of a backstab, Mail 09, Mac 10. First port of call against Kevlarless players around the corner. Blaney and Clock Q HE'd off, exposed. SMG still beats out the Mac 10 there. Clock Q can trade back on Twitch, drop that bomb, and Avid's too busy waiting for Lurks, trying to get the access towards the site. He's too little time on the clock as well, so he's going to back off, save his gun. Kolesie will steal one.
2 players on B. It's unfortunate. 3v3, you're thinking maybe there's some separation. 1 on B, 1 mid, 1 A, double A perhaps. Just can't get the trades off. Try and check each other's corners. One holds the right, one holds the left, and you just go in to a very good setup. Kolesie lost the opening pick, but just kept getting themselves in good positions, especially towards A main and water. Now that might be the only chance they have to cause a bit of a threat in this second half, to lose pistol but win the anti-force buy. The issue is even with the rebuy that's going to come through from Alliance, do you get reset again? Do we go back and forth a little here?
That's a good point. Can this last for Kolesie? Back to a 4-round deficit. Alliance force the issue into this one, so the deficit could close a little bit. Make up the difference. Friend leans in with the M4. Camera, gauge from Era. Deagle's shot on the first contact. Second man goes down as well. Third player around that corner, Innocent trying to challenge, trying to get Kolesie back in control. But this could be Deagle, steals out for them. Innocent will drop next. Khalil swings of Avid, and it all falls apart for Kolesie.
Well, you might as well disconnect from the server now. There's no coming back after losing that round. Oh, that hurts.
Exclamation mark GG, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. Just go for the surrender. Clockyu might be able to drive a couple of these camera players out into the open, but the Deagles, Era in particular, just sets that round up so heavily. And what a great sign this is for him. This is a player that is extremely experienced. He's a really good duo to back up the in-game leader of Twist. Era averages a 1.27 rating in the last 3 months of Anubis, making him the 2nd highest rated player in the entire server. And he just domes that double entry.
Decimation. Alliance crippling the opposition. Back to broken buys, forced invests featuring M4s and FAMASA's SMGs and the upgrade pistols where you want them to. But it's such variation and such little in reserve. Mac 10 even gets that M4 to drop. No Kevlar on exists, so Goosh down. Taken away in an instant. Innocent will try and defend them off with a pistol in hand. He really hasn't got much he can do though. He stands alone on the bomb site, so they're stacking him from mid, they're attacking him from main. Surrounded by all 5, secondary pistol gets out here to try and provide support. We're going to 5-7 and Deegan against the full gamut of rifles, though. They're just pushed back by presence alone.
Era does get HE'd, so they can at least get an upgrade, but just get completely knocked out of that round. And Alliance just had lurks everywhere. They only had 3 players committing to the exec. They had 2 out to mid just to try and cut players. Kolesie have got off to positive starts in both halves. So they went, what, 2-0 up in the first. They come into the second. They lose pistol, but win the anti-force buy. And then you let yourself go when you go into that following round. That should have been the ticket to get a few in a row to at least try and make the scoreline tight. Not to be. Alliance in full strength when it comes to this Anubis.
Even denying that AK upgrade, Twists back in his own hands. Switching away from that M4. Few bits and pieces available for the CTs held over the previous round. Alliance. Got 2 more to the win on their own map pick. Kolesie. Got a lot of work to do here on Anubis. I think reality is setting in, however, how mismatched this series really was for them. Got away with a huge win on Nuke. But stepping into home territory of Alliance was always going to be difficult, was always going to be a challenge no matter which map it was. And this one just goes to show that depth in pool, how proficient Anubis can be for the Swedish side. Now Kolesie were definitely not in practice enough here for this kind of best of 3 on this map.
And it's about to be 7 wins in a row when it comes to Anubis. You've got 5 on Ancient, 4 on Dust 2, so 3 maps of just positive win rates, just map success after the next. Quest lining up the molly out towards the doors, try and funnel CTs into the open. Very grouped towards water.
And they'd support the block out for the mid-access. Era takes down Friend on the HE. Covering fire, trying to provide support from the elbow access, but from the doorway, it's ClockQ with the kill onto Era. Trying to transition away. Gets caught on geometry, though. Twist going to get given a kill away. Blaney falls towards Avid in the meantime, and Mail will deal with Exist. Innocent stands alone, falls to Avid. Double up to 12-5. Map point for Alliance.
We saw Melo 9 slowing down a little bit in that second half of Nuke. I think for Era, he's still been pretty capable in the second half of Anubis, just adding more numbers to the tally, making sure that this game gets closed down quickly. And you look at map 1, we had Exist dropping 20, Melo 9 dropping 21. We now come into Anubis. We're getting high numbers from the likes of Era. We had a very good individual showing from Uppy in that first half, especially anchoring A. And it just puts into wonder, maybe going into the decider of Dust 2, is it going to be another super individual outclassing? Do we just get individuals putting up high numbers?
Kill from Exist finds Avid already. Back from Kolesie, they already lost Bellany in the initials. Friend seeing that AWPer doesn't quite hit the kill shot against him. Hero takes some damage. Advantage. HP bars only for the CT side. Alliance still hold everything else at this stage, including a 7-round buffer, so even if they can make this concession, got plenty of chances to take Anubis away.
Just so silent from the Ts. They're expecting an info play. They're almost allowing the CTs to take map control. That's where Era with that AWP should just get an easy one. And then there it is. It's what, 20 seconds of no contact, and the CTs just start getting desperate.
M4 finds that back to turn. Existing clock, you can strike 2 back down. Melo 9 going to try and make a move in towards main, but dead to right. It's only 6 kills on this map up, and not as fantastic as he was in the first. Alliance home territory favors Alliance, not necessarily their star. Era. Or picks allowed against one more man. Bombs on his back as well. Get in towards the A bomb site. You get the plant down it out. I don't think he's got just enough time for it. Yeah, it'll be close actually. He will secure it, so retake up for Kolesie. Both men coming in from Made. He heard the footsteps coming into a water. We turned. Checking beach. Flashbangs on site though, going to confirm their positions. Here's him coming. Search towards the fountain. Adjustments right there, but a little bit too exposed towards Clock-Q. Means the trade is fast and quick from Kolesie to maintain their survival.
Oh, well played from Era. You can see in that 1v2 exactly what he's trying to achieve, and that is to take space and beat a rotation quickly. Get out there towards beach, hope to try and take a fight. Doesn't happen. As soon as he hears footsteps, don't just play time, look to commit. Very good trade and very tight from Kolesie. Unfortunately for them, it only means there's one alive, and there's a very good rebuy on the table for Alliance.
Excellent stuff from Kolesie's clutcher. Alliance were very close to stealing it away. Era was still so close to taking control of it. Avid will find Clock-Q on the starting advantage. Twist going to run his way in towards mid. Smokes up. Oh, what an engage that is. Still looking sharp, still looking excellent, still looking like Alliance in a 5-on-3. And with all the advantages towards their favor. Need to gain an execution, a bomb site access, and 3 more kills to their name, and that will be the end of Anubis.
And I'm very concerned about the lack of showing from Friend. He dropped 9 kills on map number 1 and is 4-13 on map 2. This is an experienced AWPer. I know he's new to the team, but this is not the best of 3 to be quiet in.
Pressures exist, goes down, top fragging once again for the Kolesie side. Not quite as prevalent as he was over on Nuke. This time his impact around his teammates that are not followed through upon, not able to secure. As Era finds Friend once again, puts him down at 4-14 on the kill count to death. And PLAYzone in an impossible 1v5 that you just cannot win. Alliance will be securing their 13th, will be securing their map pick. Securing a response in the best of 3 series. Only a matter of time before PLAYzone will fall soon enough. We're heading to our 3rd and final one in this best of 3.
Alliance came in with a very good game plan on Anubis and have started to tell exactly why this is one of their better maps in the pool, why it's not just the Inferno and the Overpass show of how they can compete at, let's say, tier 1.5, high end of tier 2. This was easy, this was comfortable, and now moving into map 3, I think that whole threat perspective, maybe looking back at that last best of 3, seeing the upset where Sinners lost, you think, oh, there's maybe a chance, there's maybe something. You watch this and you go, actually, I don't believe that at all. I think Alliance are the far superior team.
Yeah, it's a complete contrast to the last map up. It felt like Alliance were in the game at certain points over on that Nuke. I don't think you could say the same about Kolesie throughout the course of this Anubis. They really were swamped, and not just by Era this time, not just by one key star. There was multiple massive impact moments from Twist and Co. Great moments of sequences, great retakes, great defensive lines, great attacks as well. This T side was down there flawless. Kolesie got 1 steal and 1 good retake, and that was it for the second half there. So for Alliance, they've reinstated confidence once again, and they can move into the 3rd map with a lot more backing themselves and to try and hit this best of 3 overall.
And this win now means that not only does the winning streak continue on Anubis, but 16 wins and 5 losses in the last 3 months, with the majority of those wins coming in Drakclan recently, where they're playing offline, they're playing against tier 1 teams, against tier 1.5. It's a good record, and I think for Alliance now, they'll look at Dust 2. Yes, it's a map that doesn't get as much play rate as some of the others. It's still on a winning streak themselves. They're still able to beat good teams on that Dust 2.
And they beat them pretty confidently, right? Inner Circle fell to them 13-7. Eyeballers fell to them 13-9. Now, those are some excellent sort of results. If I had to play devil's advocate, though, the one caveat would be, again, going back into that last series play between the 2 sides, again, not the core of the Kolesie camp, but something we based our basis of Nuke being the big victory for the Polish side. Dust 2 was the other map that was won during that best of 3. So could there be some more curveballs from Innocent and Clock-Q?
No. Look at them now. Last 3 months, 4 wins, 8 losses. It's not a great map anymore. And I think that's always the thing, whether it's a core or not, when you look at a head-to-head that's any more than 3 months, right, that's a long time in CS. And I think you have to put into present day a lot more perspective, a lot more intrigue. So Dust 2's not been a great map. They don't pick it in best of threes. If they do float it for deciders, it's not often converted by the polls. So I think it's going to be very difficult for them to try and upset in the decider now.
Well, the whole series was difficult from the start. Kolesie held on to that nuke. Can they do some miracles on Dust 2? I guess we'll find out after the break.
Isten hozott to híresek čornokábor. Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi výbava analytika plechtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Quite enough behind them to survive the battering that Alliance are going to provide on Dust 2. A map up that, again, Dwayne, you mentioned before the break, proficient on the Swedish side, not so much for the Polish team. And even though there's lesser maps played by the Alliance compared to Kolesie, you've still got some excellent wins on the board that indicate to me that this should be a simple affair.
Well, I think you were mentioning the Inner Circle win, the one against the Eyeballers. You can even throw Sinners in there a couple of months ago. You look over at the polls and, mate, they've beat Unity. They've beat the Mixed KS side, which is Gemzilla and Viv. Leo, which is Marat 2K and Clio. And then Ascend, which is the Bulgarians of Scrimbo and Spellin. I mean, you're not comparing even the wins between these two teams. This should be comfortable. This should be threatening. This should be an easy 2-1 to close out the best of 3.
Indeed, it should be. This should be Alliance stepping their way into the land finals. And if Kolesie do pull off Dust 2, it'll be nothing short of a pure blood miracle for the Polish side. Alliance are favourites in the series, and now on a map up where they should enable that favouritism and take their spot at the Conquest of Prague finals. Joining Sashi and avoiding the play-ins. Kolesie on the CT side start for the pistol round, about to go live.
If there's winning streaks on Anubis and Ancient, then you know that Dust 2 with 1 as well is going to be very difficult to even compete from the start of this map. Friend going quite aggressive to take space towards the lower tunnels. For Alliance, they're going to take long, not immediately, but passively. Male09 is going to search towards mid.
Blocks pulled out, spotting a first player in towards that mid-access. Meanwhile, Long being taken by the rest of the T-side forces. No CT resistance there whatsoever. So much emphasis towards tunnels and the mid-access. Now Male09 will cut the rotations. Friend drawn out. First blood secured. Second blood down. Third man headshot not quite secured just yet, but Male09 have done enough to cut the rotations, keep them suppressed. As Twist gets his kill back onto Exist, cutting the other player back from the CT spawn. Male will go down. Avid will also get responded to, so that's 2 picks back. But Innocent, low HP. Belaney got a lot of work to do. Head not quite taken off, even though the headshot angle was right there for Era. Back away behind her to cover as he tried to defend against Innocent. Will go down eventually. Belaney now got no chance. He's after an ace in the pistol round. He's being suppressed by smokes covering fire, and all of the Alliance remaining players here. Era will get credited with that kill. Pistol win will go the way of the Swedes.
Unfortunately for Kolesie, while they have been in good touch across these last few officials, they've got themselves 4 wins in a row on HLTV and a qualification to a LAN, it's just a step up in competition, isn't it? Once you go up against these next caliber teams, the squads that we would classify within and around tier 1.5, high end of tier 2, you not only need to show excellence on the server, you probably need even a little bit more. You need them to not quite perform like what we saw over on Nuke. Force buy from Kolesie in towards round 2. There is a spotter towards top mid, so no aggression towards lower tunnels like there was in the last round.
More heavy-handed to the long access for Kolesie, having seen how quickly they got overwhelmed to that long control. Not that they got the firepower to really deal with it, though, for the Polish side. SMGs on Clockq and Belaney. Upgrade pistols for everybody else. Made damage heavy onto Clockq. Keep them at bay.
Well, Kolesie are just getting driven out of map control because of pure Uto alone. Now, that CT smoke is even driving attention. They don't know if the Ts are out. Now, if there is any split towards the B bomb site, PLAYzone trying to spot for it, but he's not going to do anything, is he? I mean, your B player's on 10 points of health. You need Kolesie to try and come in and support, but how can he on 26?
I've done a twist instead. He tried to do something. Ultimately, I reckon he knew that he was going to twist now, holding out the lower tunnels. Will try and ensure that there's no rotation that the CT zone can sneak in. Check up top mid exists will now be revealed and dealt with the same SMG of PLAYzone, getting nothing more than damage on Male09. Even a tiny amount of that. 2v5. Alliance going to go up 2-0. Converting their break round effectively this time. Had lost the steal back from Kolesie in the last map. And 3 out of 5 pistols being won out by Alliance, converting into a 3-0 start for this map up. All the positives for the T side now.
For Kolesie and for Innocent in particular, I mean, he's been a part of this iteration for over 2 years now. They've been a part of, different organizations. They had Rebels, then got dropped by them. They had Venom, got dropped by them. He's had a lot of players get poached in the past. He's had a lot of players leave when they get unorged. When you are outside of, let's say, the tier 2 category, when you're around 90 on VRS, you know as an unorged project, if you don't get a move on soon, that's just going to be it. It's either going to be a disband, players are going to look for other offers, you need to put results up. And I'm not saying that they need to win this game in particular, but you almost feel that an experienced side like themselves, with some of the pieces that they have, they need to test themselves against these better teams to be able to try and at least threaten that they can win a best of 3, even if they don't convert all the way.
Kolesie have done all they can to provide the threat. This is not enough on this day. And at this stage, you do wonder about the future of this team. You're right to mention the August issues, but not only that, the ranking drops that they faced because of the roster changes, because of the results not being up to scratch when it came to the comparison of what Venom were at in the tail end of last year, like you mentioned. They lost 31 places in the world from last month to the start of this month on the ranking update. Due to lose potentially 10 more if things don't pick up. Be out of the invite zone for tournaments like this and others that you'll be otherwise shoo-ins for. Pressure against this August project to provide those results, not just for the sake of their potential careers, but also for the sake of their future together.
Alliance have got off to a very easy start here on Dust 2. This first gun round is going to feature some anti-rush util of both the Incendiary and the Deeper Smoke. Kolesie to spot mid, but not look towards short directly, so Avid and Twist are just going to walk on this.
Spray from Kolesie does not do the damage to kill off Twist. Does take him down to less than 20 points of health, so there's that. Extending out the SMG, dishing out some damage, but PLAYzone gets both him and Avid in the back, so advantage tips the way of the CT side. Exists extension should have been punished by Era, but Era unable to react to the man. Now up he starts to insert towards mid, catch off the AWPer, heads are turned away from the bomb site now, but they've lost Male09 in the meantime. It's all on Uppy to clutch a 1 versus 3. Can't maintain it, so there's the first round for Kolesie instead.
It's pretty insane that Alliance lose that because the timing's excellent towards mid. They're pressurizing the B anchor. You're probably expecting a 1-for-1 trade. And then Era, who is out towards, the longhouse area with the smoke? He should just be winning that fight every single day of the week. It's really surprising to see that the flick doesn't connect onto an instant headshot and the refrag comes in from the CT point of view. PLAYzone probably can't even believe he's been able to get 3 and still on high HP. That's a very good round coming through from Kolesie.
A wonderful way in. Starting round for the Polish side. Advantage still sits for Alliance, so Kolesie need to do something to follow up that round. As RP takes Kolesie though, that's not an encouraging start. The mid position compromised. Player on the B bomb site alone without that support anymore, but they can still off the back of throwing that utility there, Alliance.
They realise what happens when they commit B in the last round. You can pressurise with util, but you don't need to commit to actually taking contact. Now, Innocent's going to go wide and get seen. And the B player is making an info. That's being watched from Era. Well, this round's finished already.
Delaney falling. Mid to B, access being taken. Smokes at the CT spawn. Innocent just going to get sideswiped and eventually overwhelmed by one of these several players. Catches one. Era takes him right back. And round falls the way of Alliance. No response from Kolesie whatsoever there. Twitch can even go hunting after time. Taking Zist and Friend down, remove the scope weapons, remove all rifles from play of Kolesie.
And I think that's why Dust 2 can at times be quite boring in the pro scene, is that you lose an opening fight on the city side, you're just finished. Like, just because of the way that the map layout is and you can block map control towards mid, you give away an opening casualty and you're so buggered. Like, everyone's got to try and force info plays. Everyone has to try and risk fights just to be able to put yourself in a winnable position, and you see that you have to walk up a tunnels there. You've got to walk through even a resmoke just because you've got to get something. And it's being watched. It's a really easy default. Alliance don't really need to do much, but just settle and stall. Kolesie get one, you get answered back. Yes, there could be a rebuy on the table, but I mean, the scoreline can very quickly just get out of hand. I mean, it already is starting to.
Four to one. Kolesie keeping a couple of weapons held back. Try to buy around it, but weaken on the SMG of Belaney, part of the B defensive once again. Top fragger in the server right now. Clock Q, the man of the rifle that supports him, is yet to really get involved. One of two players that is 0 and 5, and Friend once again posting low numbers. You mentioned his real disappointing numbers so far in this best of 3, most evident on the back of that Anubis, and continues to underperform here and now.
Innocent might even get caught in a timing. They've just been pressurizing mid to B round after round. Breakage of the smoke. I mean, they're not even really committing with this one. Deeper molly, 2 players on B directly, and you've still got an upper tunnels lurk and a short player. Malo 9 is just trying to keep some distraction in from the upper tunnels.
Twist watching the doorway. Smokes on mid to B, re-polled the angle. Belaney's going to get caught with his extension. Clock, you can get one kill back with the distraction coming in from CT spawn, but now he's got to hold up against the actual site contact. As Uppy comes in from the doorway, gets the kill in from B doors that will clear out the bomb site. Bomb will get secured. And the last 3 players of Kolesie know that they're out of this round. Nothing they can do about it.
It's another save. And for Alliance, unfortunately, no one's really in hunting positions. There was no lurk, let's say, towards long or out towards top mid that maybe could have hunted at the end. They need to try and plug this mid gap, and you'd expect either an AWP or a rifler close behind the doors. It needs to be someone to do it. And I know a lot of people will have, let's say, thoughts on Wildcard, really mismanaged organization, one that's a bit all over the place in the North American scene. Friend's still got a chance to go out to North America and play with them. He is still a very experienced AWPer in the Tier 2 European scene. He's played on Honorous, on Enterprise, Permitter, Thunderflash, Pact, all of the top Polish orgs in the past you can name. He's probably been a part of it. Over 800 maps played on HLTV puts him only just behind Innocent and Belaney on the team. And you've dropped 13 kills in map 1 and map 2 combined, and you're just getting nothing on Dust 2. I mean, it's not good enough.
It'll be a bit difficult to return to Wildcard specifically now that he's no longer under their contract. Wonder what kind of opportunities could present him. At least we know that he can play in international projects. But might need to level up his performance to do so again. Underwhelming in this series, underwhelming to start off this map up. And Kolesie suffering in general. Tactical pauses being called in by them, and rightfully so, because it's been very, very slow to get involved in the map 3. What may well be your last chance at the LAN, because at this point, if you lose this series, it is going to get extremely difficult from here on out. The next rounds of the Swiss stage will get you into the play-ins, and you'll have to win the play-ins from there on out. And Era hits a stunner onto Clockq. Once again, kicks things off for his side. Exist gets nothing out of that AUG. Not even that much damage when he should have had some decent casualties ahead of him. Instead, Avid takes 2 back. Round's already over. Didn't even take that much resistance. Kolesie out in just 20 seconds.
Friend might be able to get an exit frag, but I don't even know if this AWP's going to save. Era's trapped him in.
Been seen there on that run phase, hearing the burn shots coming in. Twist will get the engage against Friend. Belaney will fall towards Era. And that felt like no trouble at all for Alliance. Not the way that Kolesie wanted to follow up a tactical pause with. Now, where do you go from here?
Into the next round. That's it. There's definitely no fighting back, unfortunately. It's just been pick after pick. That was one of the cleaner rounds that we've seen from Alliance, where they're just getting kills everywhere. Mid, long, top mid. Just easy.
Oh, Uppy's having a great time. Just lay back in his chair, feet kicked up on the desk.
Yeah, a bit of lounging, bit of JDM style. Ah, that's why.
Oh, Clockq, what have you done, son? Get a bottle, man. Get a bottle.
Now we do say it, but it's just we say it and nothing gets done about it. They still have the open glasses. What I do want to discuss... I think
what we need to do is we need to come up with a saying. You know what they say about, like, don't be a loser, don't buy a diffuser? We need to come up with one of those types of things. So, like, where you can spitball that a little bit and figure out one.
Don't listen to Dragon J, because I've got no idea what they're talking about. That's also a good one. No, what I did want to say, though, yesterday we saw the retirement from Oscar, thinking of a Czech tournament, the land being in Prague. He was basically saying in the announcement that he's transitioning and wanting to go into coaching, being an assistant coach and analyst. I wonder across, let's say, the next little period, whether he could be an analyst to an assistant coach to someone like Sinners, maybe Unity, try and, let's say, stay within the local scene and then get a bit of experience and then look over towards European, look to maybe some of the higher divisions in Tier 2.
So for a minute, I thought you were going to say, could he be the analyst desk guy for the Conquest of Prague land?
He definitely could be.
That would be a baller signing by us, by the way. I'm totally on board to have that happen.
Yeah, he was a great player back in the day. Easily the best Czech player of all time. I mean, to be featured in the HLTV Top 20 twice, to play for Mouse Sports for years and years, to win titles at Tier 1, to play alongside someone like Rops, Frozen. A sick player, really good career.
We have to find out what that career is going to look like going forward in the coaching backroom staff areas.
It's a bit of a shame that he fell off towards the end, because, I mean, for you and I, we got to see his transition from Tier 1 to Tier 2 when he was on Sinners in that 2020 period with Neofrag, and people were rating him to get back towards Tier 1, even with his age, to say that he's still got it, he's still that good. But in the last few years, I think he was working with, what was it, the Fingers Crossed guys, which was the old Eklot players. Funny enough, I saw that Kriaz and Detour, we've always rated Detour quite highly. They just won a LAN out in Denmark, so nice to see that he's still kicking around. And I think once Eklot disbanded and basically got dropped, I was a bit worried about where his future can be. I'd love to see him get back onto a Czech team or in a local team at some point, but he's definitely one of the exciting pieces coming from the local region.
Imagine if a position opens up at Sinners that Oscar will be right in for there. But alas, that's all conversations for another day. For now, we jump back in with Kolesie and Alliance. 6-1 to the good of Alliance's side, and nothing looks like it's changing right here. But he does try and throw a spanner into the works there. That SMG from lower tunnels coming up to upper, taking down those 2 casualties on trade. So a little bit of bonuses on the MP9 frags. Clockq gets the man advantage on Uppy. So spitting the water clearly became worth it for this round. Not worth it in the long term, though. Naded out by Twist. Back to evens will go. Belaney's also tagged up very heavily at 18 points of health. Be one of the 2 defenders to fend off. He's got the AK in his hands as well. Friend on site. Deagle standing at close quarters. HE is tapped up. Deagle does take the headshot down. AWP seen him. Here hits the 1 shot. Second man adjustments right there for him. And Alliance continue to show no mercy to Kolesie.
And for Alliance, you can feel that tactically they're not only reading the game very well, but they're putting it into practice. Now, there's a pincer towards the upper tunnels. There's lower tunnels players pushing in. There's upper tunnels aggression. And yet they still get a molly out there towards Card. Now, yeah, Clockq does get a kill, but it's the util usage. They're not just not clearing positions. They're not just having guns up and taking jewels. And then we just see the extreme quality in the clutch. What a shot on both of those players that is from Era, to only be followed up by one in round 9.
He's been lights out in this series, hasn't he? Malo9 may have dominated the headlines from map number 1, but Era's been the man that's delivered the impact of the maps and the rounds coming in for the second and third. Oh, look at this from Mail. Still can't punish him. Made him smoked, HG'd and everything, and still he hits the shot. Era got one more in the meantime. Know exactly where Exist is as well. Bomb's going to hit B. Nothing he can do to deny it. I think we know where this one's going from here, Blake.
Indeed we do. And it's just such a good response coming through from Alliance. You go out onto Nuke, and while the rounds were competitive, it was the Malo9 show. He was multi-fragging, he was putting up some sick A-holds, but ramp was weak, outside was weak, there was a lot of punishment to the Heaven Rotator of Era. You lose pretty much all competitiveness towards the end of that map, especially. You only get 7 rounds. You then go into your own map pick, you absolutely farm them. You go into Dust 2, it's even more convincing than it was in the last. It is a very heavy statement from the favorites.
And it is. Alliance. Continue to be all over Kolesie here. Clocky will take down Twist. A bit of an awkward engagement from Avid as he gets caught blinded for a moment, but kill found on the man Exist. Can take one more back out towards Long. They'll get rid of those AKs, ensure they don't fall into CT hands. Belaney, just not quite seeing the boost. Malo9 will drop down towards him. So 4v2, Innocent fires is going in the middle of the air. Loses his life. Friend can't hit the shots though. Era will fall to Exist instead. That's bomb dropped in the open in mid. 1v3 now for Avid to play against.
Very unlikely that he wins this, but he can still try and make it expensive. Just players coming around from everywhere. Belaney trying to make sure that AWP gets picked up from Friend so he can get over towards the AK. And if you are the Poles, look, you've got to go undefeated to close out this half. You've got to use these upgrades, try and get towards 4-8. For Alliance, they won't be sweating at losing an eco like that.
Shouldn't have happened, but it won't make a difference in terms of the half, the scoreline. You still got an 8-2. You still got potential of a 10-2 advantage with the rifle buys continuing to come in from them as well. They can buy both round 11 and round 12. Got money for days. Money will be spent into this round a little bit. Flash in, Friend will get forced back. Exist. Holds down the long access. No one else is seen. It's mid-control, the main primary point of contact, and Friend tries to get a pop shot off, misses it. Era credited with a kill against the man. Belaney unable to respond back at the B-bomb site through tunnels. Uppy knows where he is, challenging the player at CT spawn more directly. Being exposed towards that B presence and runs out of ammo, nearly gets caught by it. Innocent and Exist, but eventually fall to Avid and Twist anyway. So 5-on-2, rounds going away of Alliance here.
Uppy knows about the last player out towards B, and I just love even the movement that Malo9 has. So he tries to pressurize the B-bomb side, realizes he doesn't quite have the timing, backs off, jiggles, and then sees the player on the left wall. So you just know 2B, pressurize mid, allow yourself to pressure A, then come back into B late, and just everything about it is just looks so easy. And even, I'd say the first maybe 20, 25 seconds of the round, just the util looks so clean for Alliance. Every time they take lower tunnels, they flash off the AWP that's out there towards short. They make sure the mid smoke comes in. They're just doing the basics so correct right now.
Continuing to have Era post up numbers. Malo9 getting frag after frag, the same Avid with his engagement. Era will deal with Exist next up. And round 12 looks about as simple as all the rest of them do. A 5-on-2, not even 25 seconds deep into the round. Malo9, look how far he's extended. They haven't even reacted to him in his footsteps. Clock you dead. Kolesie just looks so out of their depth right now. Alliance proving exactly why they're one of our front runners in the Conquest of Prague. In the last map of the series, it's a 10-2 opening half for their T side.
Click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology with custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click, we reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
The driver's seat and Kolesie will need to do some serious work if they want to try and bring this back. I think it's very much impossible at this stage because they have been outclassed in every single regard. The Swedes are one of our tournament favourites, showing exactly why they have that tenure right now, and they look bound for the Conquest of Prague Land Finals.
Indeed they do, and quite a statement being made in this overall bracket. 5 rounds being dropped versus Tricked in their opening game, 0 rounds versus Unity out on Anubis in the second, and then you come into this best of 3 and it's been a whitewash on map 2 and 3. Era trying to take some shots out towards mid. The short player has backed off. Avid is expecting some aggression, so just give that respect.
Somehow they got away with a better advantage against Kolesie, despite I think Era taking 2 gooshes or something like that. A lot of standing around and waiting. Eventually hits his headshot on Friend that kicks off the kill counts. Kolesie still low. Belaney, next man up to move in towards mid, assuming he does so. The bomb's on his back, so he's going to move with his teammates instead out towards short. A is going to be the target. Avid is the first to defend.
And has a smoke to try and play in the late rounds. Now, they will be able to cross out towards elbow. Avid can respect this and just play retake. I think you're quite happy, especially with Uppy pressing on that CT smoke.
Goes down for it, though, so man advantage mid negated. The bomb plant is going to get secured here, so 4 on 4. They're still waiting for a wider field of play. They're still waiting for someone to come in from the long axis in particular. Set up some smokes towards the short position. Now Belaney's going to be left a little bit isolated. Meanwhile, Innocent acts out towards mid. He doesn't even check that corner for Era. Kolesie caught on a wrong reload at the wrong time. Fires from range. Gets 1 kill out of it, but losing exists. Belaney also strikes down Kolesie with forward. Saw Belaney now. 1 versus 2. 10 seconds. Got to get right on that defuse. There's no kit in play. Mail 09's picked up, and that should be enough here. Because Era's off the bomb, running to save his Kevlar, running to save his life. Ultimately will go down as Kolesie will take a pistol that keeps them alive for now.
Expect a force buy instantly to be coming through from Alliance, and it's incredible to think about the first half individual showings. We had such a good performance on Nuke from Mail 09. Era went 18-5 on map 2 of Anubis. He's now gone 16-2 at the end of the first half, gone into the pistol and then dropped another 3. He's just putting up some serious numbers, and for Kolesie, it was just about time stalling out there in the post plant. They hold off, they survive, at least for 1 more round.
Excellent work being done by the Kolesie last man alive, Belaney. He's the top member of his team. 11 kills deep so far in this matchup. His first man down in this one as Kolesie's AK tries to pad his stats a little bit against the Eco. Will get picked up in the end by Twist, whose Deagle stands with many more around the corner, unable to gand. And the kill counts themselves, though. Era's scout. Have to try and hold a defensive. The smokes towards the crosses indicating that they're going to try and hit A. And running the way forward with this. A scout only for this contact. If they had any damage, maybe you could consider it. Needs to hit the heads, though. Only hitting the body shot and exists first and foremost. Not so much the second player in the end. Innocent will take him. Those were AWPs. Those were AWP kills and AWP in his hands, and they would have been a 1v1. Instead, Kolesie can fend off Alliance for a little bit longer, push them back down to eco status, and build up the foundations of a comeback, but foundations are only the first step to a comeback.
And who would have thought that with our heavy favourites in the tournament being Alliance, Eyewallers and Sinners, that only one of those 3 were going to be in a position to actually qualify to the LAN Finals 3-0. And definitely expect Sinners to come out on top yesterday. Would have expected Eyeballers to go 2-0 as well. So that 2-1 bracket is going to have some very good competition. So even if you are a Kolesie, I think getting even a single best of 3 win, it's going to be tough. Because you're going to lose one here, you're going to go to the next one, you might have an uncomfortable seed against one of those stronger teams, probably lose there. And then in the 2-2 matchup, you might even get a team like a fnatic, right, where they've gone series after series. So even getting that one last push to just get to the play-ins, it might not be easy by the polls.
I reckon there's a pathway back to round 5 for fnatic. I think you're right about that. Whether they can actually maintain is another question entirely, though. Kolesie. Think about that over the days to come. Round 4 will be played out over tomorrow and the day after, and on Friday as well. Now looking to conclude round 3 here today. Kolesie would love to get themselves a win out in that round 3 position, but they need, again, a lot of work to be done. We reduce the deficit to 5 to the good on Alliance's part, but their CT side now gets up to the rifles for the first time in this half. More buffer room, still only 3 to the win for the Alliance's part.
I want to make sure that you're closing this one down quickly. Get to another LAN. They've already played, what, 2 LANs in Sweden this year? They've had one in Portugal, another one in Romania. It'd be lovely to go and add the Czech Republic to that list. Aggression towards mid to try and fight anyone towards the top, but nothing comes in. Nothing even fighting heavily towards long. Avid gets that smoke down, but the T's do not try and press that util.
Knowing that if they do try, then they're probably going to get just decimated. And 2 players on that crossfire, Era's AWP. Watch out from the short access twist. Look in that corner ahead of the blue bins. M4 holds the door. Clock Q checks out the long corner. Flashbang comes in. They do catch Twist perfectly in the face, so Clock Q can kickstart the round here.
Avid can block with that smoke, and Era can try and post a bit more defensively, try and see if anyone's going to cross out towards pit. It's a bit unlucky he doesn't catch that timing of the player that swung out wide. Era looks in really good touch, so if he's got to defend this A bomb site, there's promise.
Seeing that AWP up towards the market and will miss bullets from both directions. He will reposition and try and find an open access angle. The smoke starts to clear. We see him at pit. Yes, he will. Can't hit the headshot, though. Reaggresses towards him, and finally, 3rd time's the charm. Friend is down.
Still posted, and not a huge amount of util to drive this AWP away. Avid gets a good timing. This was a man advantage, all of long being taken, rather than just scaling, smoking off CT, flashing high, pathing together. They've given away individual fights, and now they've got no map control.
And no time either. Flash to get him in towards long. Era will be affected by the Male09's caught the mid lurker. Shots continue to ring out from Era. Will finally get caught by Exist, but Male09 has repositioned. Clock Q down. Exist stands alone. 8 seconds. Grab that bomb. Desperately hunting for the young star. But now has to dive out of there, hide inside the smoke. Pray to God they don't spam it. Pray to God they don't find him in amongst it. And he will hold that AK over for another good round, but Alliance, that's 1 out of 3 needed.
And it's a real shame that Alliance didn't qualify to the major, because that sticker money and that extra investment going back to the organization probably would have been enough to buy out Male09, to make sure that even though he's on loan at the moment, that they don't recall him, that they don't send him back to the previous org. Now, finance is always something that's a big topic in Tier 2. Never much of a discussion at Tier 1, as we can see. For these lower divisions, the lower levels, it's not easy. 11-5, Alliance have got 2 to close. And the aggression is still here. They're still very confident about the way these rounds are going down.
You were talking about that the other day on the on another broadcast about Male09 most likely getting recalled over to Metasport based on the terms of the loan agreement was up until I think at the end of June or July, end of the season basically.
That's right, yep.
And they have no intention of letting him stick around if Steam profiles and jokes are to be believed. Enjoy the time while you got it, because for Alliance it would be a massive blow to lose him. He's been their top performer in the last 3 months by far and away. At least Era's showing that he can still contend and provide the impact in the AWP. It's replacing the rifle that will be the concern in the future. Avid started this round off though. 10 kills deep for him, unable to make it 11. Clock Q with a trade back, and Male09 on the B defense with Uppy inside that smoke, was trying to hug for close quarters combat. Now he'll hold out the B doorway as Male09 holds the tunnels from an advanced angle. They're closing in quickly. AK fight spray comes in, does damage. Kill found by Male. Clock Q gets 2 back on a return, and the Blinds player Twist unable to block them from the bomb site, so the bomb will commit and plant. And it looks like Alliance will be fended off for a little bit once again.
Bianca's just couldn't quite get themselves in the right position. I think the crossfire looks quite good. Uppy just struggles with the spray for the first contact, and then Male09 has to commit to one or the other. You've either got to fight towards the tunnels or fight the guys out towards window, and you get swung in. They're just being split. So bomb site just gets completely opened up. So we might see a few survival rounds here from Kolesie, especially with just how the economy line is going down. Money in the reserve's not great. Avid's got some cash. Era can drop one. Let's just see here for Kolesie if there's something in it. A little bit of a shame that Exist isn't showing up. He's had a really good series. Again, a guy that's not played too many officials since joining up here on Kolesie. Very impressed with his Nuke performance. Quite impressed with how he at least tried to compete on Anubis when everybody else was struggling. But he's coming to this decider and we're not seeing much from him.
And it was the reason, in my eyes, why they won that Nuke in the first place. The backup dancer, the second highest rated player of that map for Kolesie, that was Belaney. That his chance to step up into the plate over the course of this one. Still 12 kills, still got his teammates for the most part on the back foot. Clock here has made up the numbers and now he takes top frag for Kolesie. Made a difference to Alliance's game plan, made a difference to their economy line. Pistols on 2 men, SMG for Avid, AWP and M4 available for Era and Twist, saved the previous round. You know, that backing there available to them. Kolesie within 5 of Alliance once again. And may well reduce that gap even further because in this kind of buy, you are looking towards the full rifles in the next round.
Avid just wants to get the timing right when he just ever so slightly peers up towards short. Doesn't want to activate too early, give away an easy kill, because he's the only player towards A.
Edge of the smoke, Staff exists, just barely taps it, reveals Avid's position and takes him down. SMG gone, hard play into the B bomb site means that there's nothing there available for the retake. Site overrun by T-side players. Kolesie should take number 7 and Era and Twist. Maybe I'll look for exit frags. 5-7 certainly will do for Male09. Headshot gained against Exist, unable to account for the player in mid to try and cut the rotations. Disallow any access towards the site or towards that rifle. Does get recovered by Uppy though, so that's a bonus weapon in from what was a low investment round, half buy. Ain't too terrible. Alliance got some bonuses as well that they can buy in a round and look towards the next gun round.
And Kolesie are just playing a pretty slow, concise game. I haven't really seen a lot of pace from them. They've been doubling up quite well. They've been trading off of each other. A heavy scoreline going into the half at 10-2, but Alliance are still here, still struggling to close this game out. Need to see another gun round from them.
First tactical pause for Alliance here. Recognition of the first time that Kolesie have genuinely resisted them here on this map up, at least in terms of just fending off the end of the map up itself. It hasn't been threat to actually taking this one back yet. Check those strat books, check those playbooks, check those notes and ensure that you've got the chops you need to just knock them down here. Rifles are in for Alliance, got 2 more to the win. Kolesie got 4 more to tie it. Uppy's AK forward point contact on the B bomb site, got utility in the mind. AK pulled down against the smoke, players are going to make their way out. Leg shot down to the AWP, Exist and Clock, you're going to go down towards Male09 and Uppy. Excellent work between the 2 men. Now Male's going to try and join him. Friends watching the window though. Flash in, shot baited, he disappears beyond that smoke. Belaney still holds aggressive a bit though, swings up, Uppy transferred against. With a look towards Male, but doesn't quite land the kill against him. Friend now AWP repositioned to try and look out that window and also start to check out the doorway. No pushes out of that smoke though. Belaney will get Avid down towards the 3-on-3. Alliance up for a retake.
That's such a good start to this round for the CTs. PLAYzone is completely stuck though.
HE to 19, smoke in the way of the doorway, posted by the CT side. If she gives him the escape route he's looking for. Gets towards some harder cover. Beyond the big box. Scope was heard. PLAYzone catches a kill with footsteps heard. 18 seconds. Time's too far gone. Era starts backing out. Twist will try and follow suit. Despite what was a great, excellent defensive at the start of things, Alliance got locked down a little bit too quickly, and Kolesie will look to maintain an 8th and continue along this T-side route.
That's very tilting and disappointing there because that B hold was excellent. You've got a very good repos coming through from Uppy. Malo9 on the outside. Once they get into a 5-on-3, it's basically unlosable. And instead, you've got Malo9 that's maybe a little bit too defensive from that point onwards rather than just committing into the bomb site with his teammate. And then PLAYzone just starts X-factoring and just starts getting some kills, some spam shots. Alliance can get another buy forward, but that should have been the close-up. So the favorites are getting some pressure towards them now.
Kolesie. If the aggression coming in from Avid here, he's pushed up all the way towards top mid. Molotow's landing deep on the short access as Era's AWP will be posted to try and play away distraction. Avid will see nothing though. It's Longhouse takes coming in from Kolesie. Avid going to try and look to strike against them though. Here's the footsteps of one man. PLAYzone be ready for the extension and deals with him effectively.
They've got mass players towards this A defense, but that's a very good kill because Avid could have set up the backstab. Ale can block, but there's still quite a bit of time here, so I don't think Kolesie will be too issued about double pumping and being able to commit up to long to A.
Nice nade placement on Mail and Twist. Blind sprays come up for Twist to get the kill on to exist. Player's going to pop forward of that smoke, and Twist had utility in his hands. Incendiary is trying to block. AWP leans forward. Doesn't hit a shot, though. There needs to get involved. Still unable to get anything. 2 dinks against his man. Third one comes in from Friend. Mail tries to strike against 2. Only gets 1. And it's Uppy that stands alone on short access. 1v3 to back off and save his weapon. Kolesie. Now they're starting to generate some threat here.
And well, the Alliance are just choking. I mean, you've got the AWP that should be landing 2 there, gets nothing. Twist is fighting in the open, nothing wrong with that. Malo9 needs to be with him. I mean, how is Twist trying to fall back and Mail's not in a position to swing on his contact? He should be there. They should be backing each other up. Kolesie were in a good position, but Alliance had the right pieces in the right place. And just individually, they're not getting themselves out of trouble. We're seeing a lack of multi-frags. Can't blame Uppy there at all. He's the B player. He's basically the guy, if anything, to win the 1v1, right? To rotate up via CT or into short to be put in a retake. He's not there to win the round in a 1v3.
Money in reserve for Alliance will be able to bolster up a buy for the next round, but when are they going to shut this down? You're right to call it a choke, because that's what it is at the moment. Alliance up 10-2 at one point. Our series favourites, one of our tournament favourites, may well still bet stress towards the end of Dust 2. Map that Kolesie have no business winning on, especially after that first half, especially after their record in the last 3 months. At least Twist can kick things off this time, taking the long control by finding Exist, smokes in towards the blue bin. Are they going to be aware of the second player out there? Clock Q going to play the long game though, not going to swing to strike. His teammates will back off and leave him there for now. Twist. Ball back is turned. Checks it in the end though. Gets his man. We're down to a 5-on-3.
That util usage was just perfect. The double HEs off of the wall into the blue bin. The Incendiary 2. Malo9 with the pre-aim. Looks towards the left and still adjusts. That's a lot more like it from Alliance.
At long last. Methodical dismantling of Kolesie in their attempts to take control. Going a 2v5 now for Innocent and Friend. Impossible task. Minus some absolute shenanigans from Alliance's side. Twist was peeking up with his knife pulled out. No headshot game by Innocent there. Would have spotted him. Friend's AWP. Hoping there's an extension from the CT side, and he's a little bit early towards checking it. Does down a flick on towards Avid, but both him and Innocent fall. And it's finally map, match, and Swiss point for Alliance. 3 chances to claim a spot at the Conquest of Prague finals.
Alliance just need to get it over the line, and then there'll just be that relief. Another qualifications LAN will always help the organization out, because all the LANs that they've attended recently have been the pay-to-play, isn't it? United 21, Roman Imperium, Rogue Journey, and Draklan. None of them have been a qualification via an online tournament. Baku, aggressive out towards top mid. Look at this, disrespect coming through from the Swedes.
And it's working for them. They tried this aggressive play previously in instant shutdown of the man that pushed the issue. 5-on-3 instead immediately for the Alliance camp. Kolesie on a very early back foot in round 22. When survival is at stake, you cannot afford to let things slip now.
Friend, we'll be hoping that the HLTV stats do not go public after this best of 3. 4-12 on the decider. It's an absolute shocker. Malo 9 could get caught in the timing. Incendiary goes down, and he's not even facing the angle.
Will do now. Still in the final Innocent, despite Innocent having the drop on him. Friend burning. Further Incendiary is going to drive him all the way back away from short challenges. AWP Avira lands a leg shot. Stuck on 21 kills for a little bit, but lands his 22nd of this game. And one more for the road. As Friend will fall, it's 13-9. And Alliance's road will take them all the way to Prague, the second team to qualify for the LAN finals.
And they do deserve it, because they are one of the top teams in the competition, and they've also had a really good run. They dispatched the teams in the best of ones of Tricked and of Unity, and now they join the likes of Sashi up in the 3-0. This is a great performance in the best of 3, even if it did get tested and laboured towards the end there of Dust 2.
Yeah, I think we'll both be in agreement that it was a choke towards the end. Thankfully, it didn't turn into a choke that led Kolesie back into the matchup. It looked threatening towards the tail end of that 9-round half that they had gained. So, look, for them, it's credit to making that comeback somewhat, but Alliance probably should have shut it down a little bit sooner. At the end of the day, they take the 2-1 victory. They get the series they're looking for, and they get the LAN spot that they're looking for. You mentioned it a moment ago, Blake. This is a qualification, pure and true. You've earned your spot, not just bought your way in, not just been invited by VRS. And this is exactly where Alliance need to be, right? And where they want to be, because LAN is where they perform their best. I think we're going to see the best of Alliance during Conquest of Prague's finals.
And just knowing that already we've got Sashi there, we might not even see a Sinners and an Eyeballers. Like, don't get me wrong, they're going to be the heavy favourites, right? Everyone's expecting it. But knowing that we should have had 2 of those 3 favourites going 3-0, Alliance have got to be looking at, let's say, how the next best of 3s are going to go down, looking at some of the play-in teams, and thinking it actually might not be all of the favourites making it to the top 4, making it to those LAN finals.
Well, depending on how the draw works out for them, you might end up seeing some mismatches that might end up causing problems for the likes of the Sinners and the Eyeballers and the like. So we'll get to find out exactly who's playing who during the next round. But you are right, Alliance, so far, the only of our favourite teams that have made it into the playoffs, and the others are going to have to go through the play-ins if they want to go ahead and join them, as they take their 2-0 position in the Swiss stage. Kolesie will fall down to 2-1 for the next round of matches, so they have another chance to make it out of Swiss very, very soon. For the next teams, however, they're not looking to make it out of Swiss, they're looking to stay alive in Swiss, as fnatic will take on Qual 4 in our last matchup of the day, and our last matchup of round 3 in Swiss stage here in the Conquest of Prague. Don't go anywhere, we come back with another matchup after the break.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napijeme.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi myslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Ah.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Fear from Team Fnatic, thank you so much for coming to the interview and good to see you after almost a year. How do you feel right now in comparison with the previous year? Because you had a very different lineup, very different form. So how do you feel today in comparison?
I feel okay. Of course, a little bit pressure from outside, don't want to lie. But it was not first time in this situation. Like you said, a year ago was also very hard, emotional. After Shanghai Major, also in my last team in Passion was the same situation with ranking. So in general, fine. Just need to step up as a team.
Yeah, this is not meant to hurt you in any way, but do you feel like this is the lowest point you ever been in Fnatic when it comes to the VRS points and to your form as well?
100% for sure. That was the lowest, but again, not looking on these points right now, focusing on the goal, on the process. Practice is going very smooth. I hope that we will show that on official, very important.
What do you think is the main problem you need to fix right now? And do you feel like this might be just the beginning of a new phase?
To be honest, consistent lineup, very important. That we can build chemistry between each other, super important. And I feel like right now we have a time, these 2 weeks, to prepare with Victor Bratko, also very good guy, a huge potential. We just need to help him in the beginning. And me especially need to unlock him. So yeah, all gonna be okay. We will start strong very soon.
Great to hear that. Today you are playing against the lowest ranked team in the tournament. Do you feel like it's the right time to step up and to get on track?
100%. It's not about opponent, it's about us. Like I said before, we just need to show our real potential on official games. It doesn't matter, it's the lower rank. It doesn't matter for us, to be honest. We can beat anyone and we can lose to anyone. We are not in the position to discuss who we play right now, to be honest. So we'll just focus ourselves.
All right, but still, is there anything you would point out of Team Koala, something you may be prepared for?
No, nothing specific. My preparation will start after this interview.
All right, good luck with that and good luck for the rest of the tournament. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Speaking from Team Koala, thank you so much for coming to the interview. I have to ask you on the interview as well, where are you and what are you doing right now?
Right now I'm at work. I'm leaving in 20 minutes. I'm harvesting cucumbers.
This is the best start of the interview I ever had. Today you are playing Fnatic. Are you looking forward to the match against a very famous organization? But
yeah.
Of course, right now struggling.
Yeah, it's a very hard match still because as you see, we have work. Like our teammates are not full-time players like they do. But I think maybe we win one map, maybe, with hope.
That's a nice goal. What is the atmosphere in the team like? What is your main goal in the tournament? Just to get some experience to play against great players, great teams?
I mean, yeah, just to get the experience and maybe win one game. But I think maybe this is the last game of the tournament for us. But it's okay. We had fun.
And against Fnatic, is there some special preparation? Did you maybe watch some demos or did you have time for that?
I mean, yeah, we are watching for sure.
So you are well prepared for today's match.
Yeah, everything is prepared. Full anti-strat.
Great. And for the last question, how big of a chance, percentage-wise, would you give yourself to win the map and maybe to at least win a half?
I mean, maybe 50%.
Yeah, that's a great percentage. All right, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day and work. And good luck for today's match.
Thank you. Good luck.
Well, Z-King wasn't delusional about his chances about taking down fnatic in this best-of-3 series, so neither are we. We roll on the Conquest of Prague, our final matchup of the day, and our final matchup of round 3 of Swiss stage. We'll move from the upper group where we get to decide who will join our LAN finalists to see who will end up joining Johnny Speeds in the elimination process here. fnatic and Qual4 are the last 2 teams to play in today's proceedings, and in this round in general. I think we all know roughly who's going to come out on top, Blake.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, that whole interview just tells you what is amateur about CS and what is professional, right? I mean, he's having a great laugh. They're having a great time here. And I think that's what open qualifiers can allow, that we get some of these weaker teams where you are talking about part-timers, right? Guys that are just basically playing for a laugh, but it's not their full-time job. They're going up against a fnatic side today, and they know that their chances are extremely minimal. But if they can just compete against a team that's in some serious trouble, that really aren't in good form right now, then that could make some of the dreams for these players.
Yeah, well, for Z-King's own words, it was probably our last game for the tournament, but at least we had fun, and fun certainly is a very subjective term, I will say, that this one. Qual4 have not really been able to gain many wins above the opposition that they played so far. Yeah, you can say that the opposition's also weakened, but Qual4 definitely were a team that would not be here if it wasn't for the open qualifier circuit, which is great to see in terms of getting newer players involved, but these guys of their reputation are going to have to do some serious miracle work if they're going to try and get anything out of this best of 3, because fnatic, you are right, they've been disappointing, but disappointing for a high tier level. They are still a set of very good players in the context of this best of 3.
No doubt about it at all. And they need to go on a bit of a run, because in the last month, they've played 9 matches and they've won 3 of them. They've beaten Aim Club in a best of 1. They've beaten Infinite in a best of 3. They were able to 2-0 FaZe, but then they're losing to Mouse NXT and Aim Club in a best of 3 and Sashi twice and Alliance and Eyeballers. And it's loss after loss after loss. It's very difficult right now to be a fnatic fan, because you don't even know if you believe in the roster itself. I mean, even that interview with Fear saying, oh, we need some more time. It's like, bro, how much more time do you want? I mean, this lineup was at the major last year. This lineup was at least relevant at tier 2 last year. They're not even relevant in tier 2 at all now.
Honestly, at this stage, I'm kind of looking at fnatic and saying that their results recently are more of an indictment on FaZe for getting 2-0'd by them than it is for fnatic in terms of getting the win over them, because you are right. Like, this is a team that did work before. The core 3 of Passion UA were working very well in the last year or so, and right now it's not. I'm not sure if that's because Bratko's introduction has shake things up, or if Crims is not really working within the context of the lineup, whether or not there's other things going on in terms of independence coaching or the back room or something else that's not really clicking or gelling well with the pieces on the board, because they, like I said, they are still sick players. They are still guys that can really outshine a lot of the teams that they, or on paper, should be able to outshine a lot of the teams that they play, but you just haven't seen it in practice. You haven't seen it on server. You haven't seen it in the Conquest of Prague. Losing to Sashi, losing to Eyeballers, lost to 0-2 to Alliance elsewhere as well. So, look, this will be a little pick-me-up for my eyes for the fnatic side of things. They're going into this best of 3. The veto won't really matter too much, because you are just going to outclass this Qual4 side, who are very clear in terms of where they stand. So for fnatic, surviving in this round, moving into the next, and just gaining a win, because they've been so few and far between so far in the recent few months, that it's just going to be a positive no matter what.
A bit surprising to even see an Inferno pick coming through from fnatic. They normally always pick Anubis, Overpass, or Mirage. Now, they will get Anubis as that decider. But this is just a side of fnatic that will look at this series and say, we shouldn't even really be dropping too many rounds. When Qual4 are losing 1-13 versus ESC and 3-13 versus Mouse NXT, it does mean that the best of 3s are going to be very difficult. Now, they are playing an ESEA main as of right now. They're currently 3-0. They made a 7-7 placement replacement in main last season. So the lineup's been together for a little while, but no one's played in a division higher than main. So no one's played advanced or higher. So it's going to be very difficult because, I mean, all these guys have basically made their HLTV debut only a couple of weeks ago when they played in another closed qualifier. I don't expect much in this series. I'd find it very difficult for them to even win a map versus fnatic.
Like I said before, at least they had fun, but we are likely looking at the end of them here in the Conquest of Prague. It just seems like the most likely and most obvious outcome. If they do take anything over Fnatic, I think it would be a miracle, because if we're talking about advanced or higher, or advanced or lower rather, from the part of Qual 4, like, that's just not going to be good enough to mount up to a team of Fnatic's level. I know they have been awkward, but like I said before, it's a very different level of awkward of what we're talking about here. So Qual 4, this should be the end of them in the competition, and there shouldn't be any surprises in terms of their losses here. Maybe it could have been a surprise for the earlier loss of Johnny Speeds, but in terms of this matchup, again, we are expecting a very, very simple affair out of Fnatic.
Yeah, we are. And I think for Fnatic, they could still qualify to the LAN. I think they need to find a bit of flow state, right? Because they need to get not so much confidence in this game, but they need to go into the 1 and 2 matchup, play well, get themselves 2 and 2, feel as if they're going in a little bit of a run of the competition, make it 3 best of 3s in a row, get towards those playing games. Yeah, you're going to be the worst seed, but even still in a position to try and challenge for one of those final spots. I think for them, it's unrealistic to think that you can win the title from here like you did last time around. It's the last thing that's even in your mind. But I can see that Fnatic can still qualify. It's just that they need to start stepping up. Now, their results have been very poor recently, but it's got to click at some point. And if it doesn't, it's going to be a disband, it's going to be a rebuild, it's going to be everything. So there's a lot of pressure on these players right now to start getting some wins on the board.
Well, they said they were taking the 2 weeks away to try and see if they can build up that chemistry, build up the time with the lineup itself. I think there are other issues personally, but I do take a look at the context of this tournament and say that, well, you take a look at the way that things are shaping up in the 1 and 2 games, and it's like you've got Clutch Train, you've got Mouse and XT, you've got TNC. There's a number of very beatable squads involved in that in that particular group. So for Fnatic, it seems to me like that there is a pathway at least to get towards round 5. Depending on how the results and draw works out for round 5, you might face some other resistance elements. But in my eyes, I just sort of see the world I see a world in which their main stumbling blocks will be round 5 and the play-ins before we think about the LAN environment for Fnatic.
And I think for them, it's just about being able to get back to relevancy. I think they're so out of the conversation. People have probably forgot that Fnatic even have a CS team. Like, at this point, right, when you're an organization that were at majors, winning tier 1 tournaments, and now you're playing in tournaments on HLTV that are closed qualifiers all the time. You're not even playing in main Swiss stage. You're not even playing in playoffs of these tournaments. They have just fallen so far off and so quickly after what was a fairly successful 2025.
Well, just to give you a context about that conversation around relevancy and around like your struggle basis, right? Like we talked about Kolesie earlier on and how they might get slipping out of the invite zones for a lot of tournaments because they're ranked number 90 in the world as of this morning on HLTV. Fnatic ranked 85, so they're not that much better off by basically being a Swiss invite to CCT events at best, maybe. So like you're talking about like a very significant amount of drop down from a team that were competing at majors before. The organization specifically, they were at Budapest, they were in the MRQ for Austin, they were at Shanghai a year and a bit ago. So you've got this like massive, you are right, like it's a massive drop off from a year or so proceeding to now, and even right now you might see the drop off go even further if Fnatic don't start making some competitions, they don't start attending some LANs, they don't start getting some LAN wins and building up those points in VRS.
And it's such a different road to how they qualified to the Conquest of Prague LAN last year. They were able to beat Cybershock and Cubics in the best of ones. They then were able to get a 2-1 over Passion UA to go 3-0. Went into the playing game, didn't even drop a map versus Eklon. They got to the LAN itself. They only lost out to Ents in the upper bracket. Otherwise, they were able to beat everyone. They even beat Ents in the grand final without having too much of a competitive affair. They dropped a map, but it was still quite a clean 2-1 win. And that was back then when Crims, Fear, and Jambo were the core 3. They had Matties before he went over towards G2. They had Blame F before he's now gone over towards Big. But when we're still looking at that core 3 that dates back to what, March of 2025, over a year now, expectations have to be so much higher, even with pieces coming in and out of the roster since then.
Yeah, again, you have sick pieces on the board, even irrespective of what the sick pieces were looking like last season, last year. Matties and BlameF certainly are great elements, but Fnatic should be doing much better than they're already doing right now. At least this result, at least this matchup should come relatively easy. Qual 4 will have a very difficult time about maintaining any amount of competitiveness against the Fnatic side of this caliber. So let's see what they can do. I'm back in Fnatic 2-0 in this one. I don't know if I'm going to be back in Fnatic 2-0 in many other matches, but I guess we'll find out how far Qual 4 can take this.
And Qual 4 have at times been able to show that they can hold weight. The Open Qualifier featured a best-of-3 win versus AIM Club, Urson, Edim, Adax, and Zoots. The last map decider was Dust 2 that went down 13-10. And those were the boys that were able to beat Fnatic on land. So let's see if Qual 4 can at least stress test Fnatic this time.
And Pistols are live for the T-side basis of Qual 4 to start. You got Jambo's USP. Cross-firing with Bratko up towards Pit on long access. The opening kill has been found. Bratko with a follow-up double. Excellent stuff. Headshots galore for the two men. And only Levi left alone will end up falling. Bratko takes him. Fnatic will take the pistol round on the board.
Fnatic played quite a lot of Dust 2, just don't win a huge amount of it. 5 wins and 5 losses for them in the last 3 months. Highest rated player for them at the moment is Jambo, tied with Crims at a 1.07 across those 10 officials. Only twice have we seen Bratko play this map since joining up with the Sky. And I guess he's another one of these players. 115 maps on HLTV, still very early stages to his pro career, 19 years old. Came over from LazerCat, been struggling immensely. He is finding it really difficult since joining a Fnatic.
Indeed. Bratko on 3 kills to start off the map up, though. Jambo on 2, the 2 high rollers, of course. Exit sequence between the 2 men over on the long access. Now Jambo's paused the short defensive as he sees the team's acting out very quickly. Able to overwhelm the numbers game. Bomb plant can also be secured from here, so there's a cash bonus available for Qual 4. But not enough to threaten the round with no real firepower or protection basis. The Pistols get overwhelmed by rifles. Pistol will turn into a conversion, but Qual 4 will turn a bomb plant into a full buy.
And not a great sign there from Jambo. Might be the AWPer of the team, but that should be a lot cleaner when you're not going up against any util, against any upgrades. You should probably be getting 3, 4, maybe even denying that bomb. And he gets away with 1, so that cash injection will make a bit of a difference. Zaha is the AWPer for Qual 4, so when the economy is good enough, we'll expect it to go out in his hands. Now, I think for the Romanians, at least they've been able to play Unity and the Basement Boys recently, which are sides that are reputable in Tier 2. We might not say that they're threatening, but at least we know of them. And they were able to compete in all 4 of those maps versus those teams. So don't be surprised if we see a good few gun rounds being won from them, and they actually at least threaten Fnatic from time to time.
And 2-0 start for the Fnatic boys. Qual 4 evolve towards the shorter access. Very little resistance on Fnatic, at least in terms of the active contact positions. They had the mid control, trying to look in for the AWP, but he'll rotate back in to join the A defensive more directly. Kazmo will be left on the B doorway access to watch down that angle. And it's slow to the contact. Qual 4 just taking bits of map control away. Smokes will come in to suppress. There's actually a flashbang there. The smoke support eventually coming down, kicked down, be forced away.
All 4 have been given a lot of respect come this first gun round. Fnatic aren't challenging for map control. They're sitting back, they're holding crossfires. Now, there's not a huge amount of util to go for a fake. We'll probably not see many fakes from them across the series. It should just be straight execs and pack and group.
Bratko will strike the first frag down. What a flick that is from Jambo. It's in the areas for Fear now to center up to the bomb site. They'll get picked up by Levy. That's one good kill. Alongside Zaha taking a frag back of his own. Bomb now left alone, however, as Zaha falls towards Crims. 1v3 for Levy. Hearing them coming in towards CT spawn. Will try to smoke off the long plant position. He's heard them rotating back towards ramp. Is he going to try and protect himself at the short box? He can try and fight, but crosshair placement isn't there, so Fnatic will maintain a 3-0 start.
Now, Qual 4 should probably go for another reinvestment. Loss bonus is kicking in. The bomb plant certainly helps out with the cash flow. All of these guys have got single-digit maps played on HLTV. You compare that to someone like Crims, that's a major winner. He's got, what, over 2,500, probably been a Tier 1 player for a good 10 years of his career. Fear's got close to 1,000. Jacasmo's up at 700. Jambo's around there as well. It's a huge mismatch, and it's a bit of a shame that this is the 0-2 game draw, right? That you're not going up against one of the weaker teams in the competition that are just, let's say, not that experienced or struggling in Tier 2. You are going up against some very good players today.
We go 3-0, Fnatic. Quite well for Chikazmo. Zaha caught as is kicked down. A couple kills coming in from the trade frags. The Tech-9 of Z-King. There's a 3-on-3. He is on 5 points of health. The second M4 can't get recovered on this position. Man advantage has been evened out here. Access towards the bomb site also be a bit difficult. Z-King's hunting for another miracle kill, but that's not going to happen. Fear will take him. Levy take that M4 back away with the bomb on his back and try rotate into the ace side. They're going to be probably beaten by Fnatic as they start to put the pieces together. And indeed, Fear will start watching the A cross.
Really, they should just smoke off CT and scale up together. It's going to be very difficult to overwhelm the site. Here's a CT cross smoke. Need to have tight spacing. Make sure it's not an easy trade.
Swing and a hit. With a kill on Fear, Jambo, AWP starts to lean up. That line shot missed out there, close to contact. Second one also goes down. Julie's pulled out. M4 overwhelms him, and suddenly it's all on Crimson, a 1 versus 2. Here's the footsteps around the bomb site, so know that one man planting, the other man is just searching. M4 fight. AK wins out. AWP now picked up. Let's see. Oh, just trying to find the angle. Shot missing. Crim's can't adjust. 16 HP though. He lands the headshot. He forces them down to a 4-0 start on Fnatic. That got close for Qual 4 though.
Yeah, some of these rounds are getting way too close for comfort. That's one of them. Jambo just missing sitters out there on the bomb site, and Qual 4 nearly pressurizing. And Z-King did very well to be able to get 2 trades out there in the lower tunnels with the Tech-9. And I think that whole interview just is the sentiment of what every CS player should be. Your main goal should never to be a professional Counter-Strike player. You play this game because you love this game. And if you can end up making a career out of it, then that's just the cherry on top. There is so much more of a casual and amateur fan base of this game than there is in the professional scene.
And the fact that they're playing against Fnatic will already be a milestone in these boys is, like, you know, I don't want to say careers, it's not much of a career to speak of, but just their playing time involvement in CS.
Maybe a few years ago. I don't know if they think that now.
I mean, the name value would certainly ring true. I don't know how old they are, but like if you're anything like me, you'll think back, oh man, Fnatic 2015, remember that? Crims was back then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Times have definitely changed, that's for sure.
Nowadays, not much of a name to speak of. Zaha spotting one player, jump facing Crims. That window angle. Levy's going to watch open above the smoke on towards that boost angle. Crims eventually finds the shot onto Zaha. Orb didn't even ring out. Great flashbang from Jambo, catching him blinded. Kill came easy for the veteran.
Pressurizing this B bomb site. This is going to be the good first test here for the B anchors.
Shot lands to the leg. Levy's going to fall in the end towards Fear. Z-King with 1 trade. Crims gets 1 back of his own, but responses are also just as good from the T side line. They will lose kick down. Sion Dallas able to get a kill on a 1 versus 3 AWP. Landing on Jacasmo here in the rotations. Will now go for a safer bomb plant into harder cover. Centralized to the bomb site. They're both making their way away. The Molotov one towards window will just confirm it. AWP now scoped in. Shot lands to the second. 1v1. Engaged, but missing the flick. Overcooked it. And Fear will just about clutch a Fnatic again. I'm getting a little bit uncomfortable with how down the wire these rounds are coming for Fnatic. I'm not going to lie. At least it's a 5-0 start. Qual 4, though, showing that they've got some fight in them.
Well, they're punishing mistakes. I mean, we need to start a tally of just how many missed shots Jambo is not connecting right now. I mean, he's not even being blinded. He's not even being jiggled. He's just got a sitter out there from Car, and he's just missing. And it's giving chances. Now, this could have been back-to-back rounds converted. I think the one before on A, when they had the 2v1, was, let's say, a higher likelihood of actually being converted than a 1v2 like that on B. It's a lot more difficult. But these rounds are very stressing.
Shot missed on Z King to start. Jacasmo will land the kill on the M4. Oh, action from Kickdown gets ahead of that smoke, actually. Crims was the traders. Jacasmo just went running his way through. Did not expect them to be so cheeky as to extend that far, but punished as a result again. We're just coming in against this CT side line. Bratko now backing away from what looked to be a nade that bounced back off the door towards him. Now towards the corner, a resmoke can come in to try to block access to the house for the time being. Will they push forward a bit? Yes, they will. Engage with the first man, even Dink on the second, but Levy will take the kill.
They got the CT smoke and they're scaling up again. They need to get a molly behind the back of default, try and force players off of the angle. Here, breakage of the smoke. The CTs are in really good positions, and this is so slow from the T side line. They're trying to play anti-flash. They're expecting them to pop through.
Levy's solo with that AK. Get perfect heads on the weapon. Zaha at range will lock down the crossbow, trying to indicate that there's no one here just yet. Molotovs will drive Fear out of the way. A headshot is taken. That's good from Levy. Bomb on his back as well. AWP is in position to try and support it. Counter incendiaries will try and block. For now, he can't burn in them. AWP and Jambo will try post up. Zaha's watching the back lines, but turns away at the moment that Crims have to look towards that back stab. Shot from Jambo that connects this time. And now Crims closes in the pincers on the last player of the T-side line. Qual 4 will concede a 6 to a slightly more confident fashion on Fnatic, but still 3 casualties. Qual 4 giving us everything they got here, and Fnatic, they're going to have expensive rounds, even if they are towards their names. 6-0, however, is the scoreline.
And when we saw the best of 3 from Qual 4 about a month ago in a closed qualifier in HLTB up against the Ukrainians, the Basement Boys, that's Owner, Trouble, Fake Reality, some of the guys that have played at decent level in Tier 2 in the past, they started on the T side of Dust 2 and managed a 7-5 half. So they actually competed quite well, and then they dropped off in the second. They really couldn't hold that weight, couldn't keep that threat up. So being down 0-6, not promising, even if the rounds have been tight. Even the rebuy back, they know that the economy is quite low. There's no loss bonus, money in reserve is very limited. So you're going to get close towards a reset if you can convert. It's just difficult when you're force buying, when you've got a player on a Galil, when you've got a player on a Mac 10. It puts so much more influence on the AWP and the 2 AKs to make something happen.
Open on Jambo, not missing shots now. Zaha falling first. AWP not even on him there. It's your that has the big green. Z King on his Galil out there. AK's on Levy and kick down the same. Kick down in the corner. Fights well. Fear falls. Bratko can trade him back. Very fast on a responsive advantage. Maintain on Fnatic. 4 leaning up, shot from Jammer. That's lightning fast reactions to Levy next. Z King trying to work some space, trying to get something back over Fnatic's part, trying to fight that AWP in particular, and actually does get him to reface in the middle of a spray, so there's enough space to plant the bomb from here.
They're getting themselves into quite a few post plants in this first half. They've just got to find the ticket to find a bit of synchronization between one another.
Orb shot lands there. Jacasmo just swings up quick alongside Zeking landing Bratko. Now it's a 1v2 for Crims to clutch against. Flashbang will keep that Orb blinded. When he starts swinging, when he starts getting aggressive, Crims can get caught on the jump up. Indeed, it's a kill for Sior, who lands an opening round for Qual 4.
There we are. Finally, they get themselves in with a 2vx. Fnatic had a lot of players around the bomb site. Looked as if the bomb wasn't even going to go down in that context. And they get themselves started with the first. Now we're going to start seeing the money get hit already. Crims buying in towards an MP9 will tell you that full picture. Let's just see if they can start getting a few rounds in a row. Very good trades out towards long.
To start. All 4 are on the board. Fnatic. Punishment finally caught up to them and giving them a bit of a broken buy right here. You're seeing the limited amount of utility across the AWP to M4s, a FAMAS and an MP9. This goes to show how close those rounds really were from Qual 4's part. Surprising from a set of players who, I mean no disrespect by saying this, but are a bunch of no-namers. Fnatic still hold the scoreline advantage, but that could start to get closed on if Quell4 get another good round to consecutively. HE in Fear's hands, AWP leaning forward from Zaha. Fear sees in, but Zaha lands the kill. Jambo going to try and respond back and missing his shots once again. First one missed out. Second one to try and hold for. Does land on Sierra at least. The bomb plant for sure. AWP battle goes the way of Jambo as he might have made one mistake, but he makes no more after that. 4-on-3 and Sui's Fnatic's retake.
And late lurk at the lower tunnels might be able to cut off Crims, but they need help. They need players on the bomb side.
Heavy score to Casmo, and indeed Zeking can take down Crims. Jambo's up returns to a 2v2. Bratko now on bomb site. Smoke actually might provide support towards the CT player. Indeed, Bratko, supported by Jambo, finding Zeking, trying to find an angle on the defuse. Kickdown swings up, but Jambo's watching it. USP pulled out, and all the damage already being done by the rifle from earlier means that it will be a half advantage. 7-1 for Fnatic.
If you're looking just purely on the scoreboard, you're thinking no worries whatsoever. If you're actually taking stock into how some of these late round situations are going on as a Fnatic fan, mate, you are seriously nervous. I mean, that was so winnable out there towards short. You've got one player sticking the bomb, the other player off of it. All it takes is one good connection, and that's it, round's over. Now, what we're noticing the most against Jambo is how many of these shots he's taking is just not even being blinded. And it makes sense. I mean, these guys are amateur players. They're not full-time. So you're not going to have that protocol. You're not going to have that utility usage. But for an AWP, I mean, it's just a dream, isn't it? Anytime you can reface angles or post without being blinded, you get chances.
Well, kick down will give no chances towards Fear. Bratko, a similar story for him as well. His AK gets put down by Siort. Most part of the players that are alive are very much unscathed on Quell4. Scout in the hands of Zaha, not ideal. Jambo missed shot. It's actually a tag landed by that scout from Quell4's part of things. So the man advantage extended by a HP advantage. Jambo may be at risk of going down during execution. Mid being cleared up by Crims. Quell4 applied the brakes to try and see if they can suss out a Fnatic move. So far, nothing's presenting.
Casmo is expecting them to scale quite wide up on this smoke, but instead they're keeping it quite, let's say, delayed. They can re-smoke off CT. They can allow the scout just to clear up the bomb site, look towards default. A lot of CT presence, though, and a very good shot in from Jambo.
Shot landing, refaces for more. Flick is wonderful to see, or bit more like it from Jambo. Casmo will still get put down by kickdown, though. One pick found, AWP also seen. That Molotov's going to get Jambo. Jambo's a dead man. No smoke to extinguish. He gets out of the way. Kickdown takes him out with a simple clothesline. Crims now stands alone, unknown to the Romanian. 30 seconds. The bomb's on his back, and he's going to start searching. Crims is going to wait.
Just has no idea where he is. It's got to be short or long. All about the timing. Crims activates. And it's another clutch that goes the way of Fnatic. Oh, Quell4 will look at this game back and think we probably could have even got a lead. We probably could have had a very good score going into the second half.
Dwight, just stop me if I'm being unreasonable, but I reckon it's possible to win a game and still come out looking bad. And for Fnatic...
Yeah, no, it's true.
Like, how are you getting punished this much? How are you being put into 3v1s to 1v1 situations by Quell4? Like, nothing in this, even though it's an 8-1 score, even though Quell4 are losing these rounds, there's very little for me to speak up and say Fnatic have regained my confidence as Quell4 tries something quick into that B bomb site. Crims is getting the opening kill. Jacazmo with one back, Zaha with two on the return. This is exactly what I'm talking about. 3v3 with rifles in pans picked up at the T-side line. Zeking unaccounted for. They focus down on Zaha and kick down, and Zeking can just deal with the last couple of players. Teabagged and all, and for right good reason. Quell4 with pistols rushed out Fnatic and claimed the second round.
And they could very easily get 4 rounds in the end here. Money is atrocious again, so it's going to have to be either a Force Bar or a Light and Deco. Zeking just under window, holding down the rounds. Great flank and lurk that comes through from short that activates late. And they're not double eco, so they don't want to force buy. They want to give respect.
Jambo tries to take his deagle back. Apply towards the mid position. Taps, desperate, unable to connect the kill shots on kick down up top. HG out, kill found easy. M4 of Z-King will deal with 2, 3 kills. Eventually with a quadra. There you go, nice and effective.
Oh, look at him go.
Look, yeah, he's hyped about that. He's like, yeah, come on, let's do it. Let's go, boys. Third round on the board against fnatic. We are Qual 4, mother. One more round to go in the half. See whether this T side can indeed present something to build off of.
Yeah, Buddy's got the biggest cucumbers in all of Romania. I mean, what a job that is. Fair play to the geezer.
He's loving it. 12-4 with double AWPs. Into a round more permanently. We thought they would have bumped to another AK. The M4 swings up and Jump Face gets out of the way of Fear. Jambo and, Jacasmo rather, Crimson Bratco do clean house of the kill count. So in the end, this mid-surge from fnatic will come out well and truly on top. And yeah, this time a more dismantling round. The kind of round I expected to see from all the ones out of here from fnatic's part of things. Z-King a 1-on-4 will take the first man down. The bomb, of course, being dropped in the open air towards mid. He's going to have to do quite a lot of work to maintain anything more here in this round.
12-8, helping out the stats quite a bit, was the lowest rated player of the tournament coming into this best of 3. Negative 25 KD difference and a 1.30 rating in the best of ones. Comes into Dust 2, and, well, he's actually fragging. He's put numbers up.
And you could isolate each of these individual fights against fnatic. Turn away from that player in the rafters, though, at the window. Doesn't get sussed out by Crims. He might hurt him. Catches that shot back. Okay, boys, please. Just, come on. Oh, the crossfire. Z-King still searching for them. The Jump Face and the one man has been seen as suicide. Go back for more. Smokes coming in towards the window angle, or the doorway angle, I should say. Flashbang turned away from, shot missed, and a chance to punish. Doesn't quite land the low scope, it was a lucky draw anyway. 9-3 for fnatic, still looking good on the scoreline, even if not so great in the rounds themselves.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Qual 4 may most certainly be on the back foot on the scoreboard at a 9-3 advantage. fnatic still look poised to take this Dust 2, but make no mistake, if you've been watching the series up until this point, Qual 4 are giving us quite a show, and fnatic haven't gotten away quite as easily as they may have been hoping to do so. They still have a 6-round advantage. A pistol win should still set them up to take this Dust 2 away, and they still are at a commanding lead over the Romanian underdogs.
Well, considering just how many opening man advantages they got and how many multi-frags they conceded, 5 retakes were necessary there from fnatic in the first half to make sure rounds are being converted. Off angle, held out towards long, and a very sharp opening kill.
It was sharp from fnatic in their pistol round as well on the longhouse. Bomb was revealed at that peak there, so Seor's going to call it in. Z-King search out towards the tunnels will be heard by fnatic. They get information in trade, but 5-on-3 with completely damageless Q4 players. Nothing else seen towards the A bomb site. That bomb being held there is actually during the entire rotation. So B's open. Grim's going to walk into it. And we'll start to cover off those rotations, although the bomb could still get cut off. Z-King now in upper tunnels. about to challenge. Look to the left, look to the right, back to the left. See Bratko, see Fear tap his way on, get his kill together in the end. Second man not quite as close as I thought he was, actually. They backed away towards the mid-access. Now the bomb will look to get planted. Crims can run down one of Levy. Take the trade back, cut the rotations. USP coming in from zero. A little bit panicked there, trying to get back on towards the man. Zaha's also going to get caught blinded and unable to hit his shots. Bratko and Crims turn a man advantage towards their favor. And this time it's fnatic initially on the back foot that do take a return, take a pistol win over Quell 4.
Just doing a little bit too much in that 5v3. All they really need to do is crossfire the bomb sites. You have 3 on A, and you have 2 on B, and you use one of the B players to spot mid via doors or window, and that's it. You don't need to do anything else in that round. They just start searching. Like, why? Why are we clearing upper tunnels and lower tunnels? Of course, I know that they're a team that's playing an ESEA main, so I'm already getting that answer for me, but they let themselves down there. They're searching in an unnecessary round completely.
And Quell 4 now going to take the harsher eco bases, a couple upgrade pistols here and there, the Eagles in particular. Hoping they can hit some heads and catch fnatic off on the back foot once again. But for the most part, you are looking at this circumstance and saying, okay, 11-3 comeback. Quell 4 trying to play the disrespectful style. Zaha out towards the Longhouse push, can just miss the marker on the backstab. His teammates on site defensive. Kick down and get taken down. Levy, USP drawn out, gets a decent dink off towards one player. Now the backstab has to close in and be the lone player left on a retake, 1 on 5. Overwhelmed pistols. Rifles and SMGs getting on top as you would expect. Now it comes to the rifle buy of Quell 4. Last chance to get involved here on Dust 2.
Indeed it is, and for fnatic, look, just get this map over and done with, go into the next, convert with an easy scoreline, and then use this evening, tomorrow morning, to get ready for the all-important games. As they win on in this competition, you are going to be facing the more reputable teams in Tier 2, the more, let's say, teams that are trying to make a bit of a statement against good players like fnatic. Not going to be easy from here. Aggro towards mid, no mid smoke, that's really disrespectful from fnatic.
Make it work this time. Seor goes down. Could have been a punishable mistake there by the Q4 side. They were doing quite a lot of that on their T side, not so much on CT though. Starting advantage. Favoritism towards fnatic's part of things. Mid access taken. B. Having only 1 player left isolated. Zeke can't even smoke off the tunnel's entrance. He's got 2 flashbangs. It's the entire utility basis of the entire Quell 4 side right now. Slow it down at the minute marker.
But you're desperate for an info play, but at the same time, you're better off just gambling and just having a crossfire. Might even expect a CT drop. This Goose player is Zaha. He's going to have to probably get 2.
Levy still mans a decent headshot on the 1-man. Distraction towards Long as well. Goose does get checked, and Zaha with a kill. Alongside kick down. His casualty on Bratko. Defensive line holds. And meanwhile, the MAC-10 has started searching in from Fear. Zeking doesn't know where to look, though. He might catch it with his back being turned. Indeed, nice pulled out. Advantage extended. 1 on 3 now for Jambo. The attention drawn towards that B bomb site has drawn the entire CT force over. They think it's still going to be an execution, but Jambo can just run his way out towards the A bomb site. So once again, Quell 4 pulled out for a loop.
Couldn't get that smoke down. Wants to try and get out towards Long if you can. Try and beat the rotation towards spawn. Smoke off short. Try and see if you can get ready for a fight, but respect is being offered.
Group together and move together. Flash in. Jambo unaffected. Seeing the shoulder of 1 player. Incendiary's back, revealed his position. Spray's awkward. He's getting panicked. He's getting overwhelmed. And Quell 4 will successfully retake a bomb site this time. fnatic can't quite get to that point just yet.
Get themselves up to 4. A couple of survival rounds. Fear had some really good space and timings out there on B, but didn't spot the player that was close towards B when he crossed out into the doors. 7 rounds the difference, and Quell 4 have already been able to get more rounds than they did in either of the best of ones. Got 1 against the Poles of ESC, 3 against the Europeans of Maus NXT.
What does that say about fnatic? Tactical pause called in. Quell 4 playing their hearts out, playing for their tournament lives. Doing everything within their power to resist an absolute decimation on Fnatic. And the scoreline may well read 11-4. Zeeking's done God's work on his own part, 16 and 11. Only one behind the top fragger, Fnatic, Bratko. Jambo in his AWP lands and see also well timed on the cross. Kill found to kick things off. Incendiary is going to block any rushes. Zeeking's got a smoke at the ready. Puts that out to block any further progress as well towards the tunnel, so it will cancel the two-men movement from Fnatic. Or they were going to commit with the bomb anyway, still outside the longhouse.
But even though Jambo's been a bit hit and miss across the first half and the second, he's very confident, isn't he? We've seen him go for a lot of picks, always try to duel, always trying to get set up rather than being afraid or being passive. Now, Qual 4 are in another position here where you hold on to long, but you're not really holding on to util, so you have to start gamble stacking a little bit more. Levy, I don't know. I mean, there's not much in this. I mean, even from long, you're just going to be driven away by util.
Ballbang dinks against his HP bars. Crim's going to get checked by Zeeking, and they'll clear out the tunnels of the search. Mid-access from Jambo, and now look to cut those rotations off. They start searching short as well, but his long house is the main focal point. The smokes come down, will confirm it. Still searching. AWP shot landing on towards Zeeking. That's a man advantage. Reclaim at Fnatic's execution. So that's 3 players to make his way into the bomb site. Jambo lands on Zaha next up. Levy's going to get pushed away, kicked down, denying the bomb for the time being. But Chakasmo trades him right back, and Levy now in a 1v3 clutch, wary of the backstab coming in from Jambo, but just searching a bit haphazardly. Jambo can close in, spray him down, take the 12th round, and map point for Fnatic.
Unfortunately, no money for the CTs. They'll be able to get themselves a somewhat okay investment. It's just that you're not going to have full M4s. You're not going to have great util. Not that they've had a huge amount of util in these last few rounds anyway. But we'll probably see the odd SMG from them. They've kept rounds tight at times, more so in the first half than in the second. But they just needed some more of those clutches to go their way in the first half. And then we might have seen 6, 7, even 8 rounds being gained.
I mean, the fact we're talking about that, 6, 7, 8 rounds for Qual 4, just down to the number of clutches for Fnatic had won, like, just, geez, you know. It's impressive. I'm not sure which direction it's impressive towards. Or Qual 4 against Fnatic, either way. Demonstrate exactly how close these rounds have been, even if it is a one-sided scoreline. The scoreline is the bottom line. It's 8 rounds to the board of Fnatic's favour. 8 rounds in a row required out of Qual 4 to maintain overtime on Dust 2. And they're picking the series. Zaha will lean in and take down Jakazman. That's a start. Trying to pay in a secondary player. Actually manages to find success on Crims. Jambo does trade him. And that one move has made a 4-on-3 for the Qual 4 camp.
Even there, Bratko could have flashed high and they could have swung together. Crims is just ego peeking. Now, you can't be too critical of it against the opponents, but if you see these kind of moves against a Tricked or against a TNC, you will just get punished, won't you? Those are the kind of rounds you're just going to lose. So we can see some fundamental mistakes coming through from Fnatic. Do they clear the blue bin? Well, they do get the trade-off at least. That's pretty good.
Fear's reduced to 1 point of health, though. It's 2 SMGs on the Qual 4 side, but you can see that Kickdown is working his way up to grab some extra rifles. AK in his hands. Zeeking. SMG pulled out. No, he had his knife pulled out instead. Fear going to dome him. Now Kickdown coming in from the long aggress. No kits on him. No kits at all in sight, in fact. There's one actually towards the mid position. Players seen beyond that smoke, so Kickdown's still going to get that kill, and Fear's on only 1 point of health for this. Kickdown thinks he might be at CG spawn, he thinks wrong though. Up to bomb site, bomb plant open for the short access, so now there's only one place that he can be at. 10 seconds to the stick, 10 seconds to try and fend him off. Taps it, looks at Fear. Fear gives him nothing. Kickdown, hears him coming, gets the shot together. He's just going to make it to the bomb in time, I believe. It's damn close. Within a split second. Kicks down the first of 8 for Qual 4.
There are not that many celebrations in the team itself, but a well-played clutch. He was banking on him being for CT for ages and ages. I mean, there's nothing that Fear can do there, is there? Because let's just say he tries to duel him, you're going to lose the fight on 1 point of health. You've just got to hope that that bomb's not being stuck. And then eventually, it's taken ages, he's tapped it a few times, maybe he actually is on it, so I need to swing, I need to actually see fnatic do a good job of at least making it costly, because the rebuy back here from Qual 4 does not look good.
Going to go fast into that B bomb site. Z King stands alone. Mac 10 of Crim's credited with the kill against the man. Jack Asmo boosted up on the boost, taking out Seal next. 5 on 3. And it seems like fnatic have overwhelmed them here on the Qual 4 side, and this will be enough to close down this matchup. P250 of Fear in the backstabs can see 2 men, 1 head, 1 foot. Wherever the 2 attackers that will come in towards the window area. P250 looking to pick his moment correctly. Corners checked, taps his way on, then she gets the kill onto Zaha. Levy will get taken aback with a 1-for-1 trade, and Jambo from beyond the smoke will get the blind shot onto the last individual. So 13-5, fnatic will, at least on the record book, post up a confident map up against Qual 4, but as you were mentioning a moment ago, Greg, a number of ego moments, mistakes being made on fnatic that were punished by Qual 4 rather effectively, made those rounds close enough to where a couple of clutches going the way the other direction may well have presented in a competitive dust too.
Yeah, I'm not really worried though, not just for this map or this series, but also this competition in general. I think some of the errors that were featured by fnatic, they just won't happen in another series. You always play differently, you always play up to your opponents, right? And I think when you're going up against a side that have never played professionally before, you've always got a lot more eager just to go and take fight right, to be able to just start swinging in. So yeah, I'm not really worried. It is what it is. The map was competitive at times, but the outcome was pretty much expected.
I have a slightly more pessimistic viewpoint in my eyes, Dwayne, because this is fnatic against Qual 4 is what we're talking about here, and this is a team that you should never really be given a challenge towards, and still you had your mistakes being punished against them, right? You had great individual moments from the boys. There wasn't enough to really convert upon a map in the end, but as we were saying earlier, a few clutches going the way of Qual 4 would have been enough to get 6, 7, 8 rounds or so. And so with that in mind, fnatic, I don't think they've walked away looking particularly amazing over the back of that map up in a map that they really should have done against the competition level that they have. Inferno is coming up next for them. It is their map pick, and I do believe that we should see some symbol of a lot more confidence return from the fnatic side there on our home territory.
Yeah, it should do. I mean, again, what is this series? Like, it's a legit professional team that are getting salaries against guys that are playing part-time. Like, no matter how competitive rounds are going to get, you're always going to get a comfortable 2-0, right? You're never going to lose a map. You're never going to get stress tested into taking tactical pauses and really needing to readjust. Now, how fnatic look, let's say, in the next round and the round after that's a completely different discussion from this best of 3. So, yeah, I don't really have too many thoughts going into Inferno. It should be a pretty easy one for fnatic.
Oh, Qual 4 have one final chance to try and make it look decent, try and show themselves off. Can they do anything on Inferno? We'll find out after the break.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Isten hozott do híresek Čornokábor. Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu. Místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi výbava analytika plechtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž.
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
I'ma get it, you know I be on a Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah, you know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for the bags, that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work that's over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Some bright moments out of Qual 4 in map number 1 of this best of 3 series, but now taking on Fnatic on Fnatic's own territory is where everything should really not be looking so bright for them at all. Fnatic still got away with a confident 13-4 win as well on map number 1, so still should be looking at a similarly confident scoreline here on map number 2 the same.
It's a bit of a surprise to see Inferno coming out. We've seen 21 best of 3s from Fnatic in the last 3 months, and they've never picked Inferno. They tend to go towards Anubis and Mirage quite a lot. If not Mirage, and Dust 2 are also options for them. Now, we'll say that their Inferno looks okay. They took Alliance on land to overtime about a month ago. They've been able to beat Saw, they've been able to beat OG. We just don't really see them play it often. I'd like to see what their Inferno is going to be made of, let's say in the next round of Swiss or even the one after that, just to see where it lies in their map pool right now.
Now, for Fnatic, this should be a simple affair. I'm hoping that they get a little bit more in-round confidence to really put Qual 4 right back down and eliminate them from the Conquest of Prague, because that is what this match is all about. It's a 0-2 Swiss game. One of these two teams will be eliminated, and right now is looking like Qual 4 are set to leave the tournament in last place to join the likes of Johnny Speeds, also in 0-3 fashion. So, Pistols going live with the USPs out on the board. The HE, smoke, and flash combination from Levy. And Fear with a double flash smoke on the T-side basis. The Fnatic will be starting on.
Instant goosh on the Atlas player, puts a lot more pressure on the 2A defenders to be tight and crossfire. Very slow from Fnatic. And I would imagine the majority of their T rounds should be fairly slow. They shouldn't be taking map control quickly. They shouldn't be rushing top banana, top mid, because they won't be doing that against the tier 2 teams.
Bracco just trying to prod for information, timed well enough against the utility player. Levy's got smokes at the ready, which will be used to try and block. Bracco's going to try and make his way in rather quickly, though. HE's down, play on site, he's going to get caught blinded. Organ from Bracco to get a kill, and eventually does manage to land first blood alongside Crim's taking down Levy on the outskirts of the bomb site. Fear challenging the likes of Z-King. And for the jump shot to the USP, eventually trying to look for that headshot. He's all alone back here at the back. There his 2 teammates coming in from CT spawn, and now Z-King's being goosed. That's 2 players down at 1 point of health now for Q4. And Z-King eventually will fall, as will Zaha, and Kickdown will follow them suit very soon indeed. It'll be a pistol win for Fnatic.
And there are some maybe wonderings for some of the guys out on Qual 4 that have only ever played at main, but if they can at least play some more HLTV officials across, let's say, the next couple of months, if they can qualify into some more competitions, do one of them find their spot on Nexus at some point in the future? I know the Romanians are basically rebuilding their roster over there. They're talking about building for the future. There might be an academy system in there somewhere. I think all of these guys are 23 or younger. The only older guy is Z-King at 26. So just nice to be represented on HLTV, because I think a lot of amateur players don't get the chance very frequently.
Not certain of exactly what that future could look like in regards to that organisation, and you are going to be thinking about that for all the Romanian players. At the main level, not sure that that's quite the level that Nexus will be looking at. We're seeing some positive moments out of these players so far in this matchup, so maybe that's something to build upon. And the 5-on-3 against the 4 spy here, Fnatic have gotten the 2 easy enough picks from Jacasmo and Jambo. Only kick down on the A-bomb site with an MP7 in hand. His 2 teammates' pistols over towards the B-bomb site, towards the banana control. Smoke all clear. We'll see whether they can get Crims out. Should line up 2 more picks on the SMG, though. Indeed, they do perfectly line up for the man. Now kick down, stands alone.
Just defaulting. Not much to this round at all. He took quite a lot of contact out towards the apartments and got quite a lot of impact with it. And Qual 4 will have to go down onto a light and deco before they can focus up on the guns itself. Fnatic just need to really lock in post this best of 3, and I think it will test management quite a lot to see what, let's say, this period looks like leaning up towards the major, because there's a lot of teams at tier 1 and especially towards the higher end of tier 2 that are making roster changes right now, trying to upgrade their rosters going into the new season, to basically look at coming into the player break thinking, is this the 5 we want moving forward? Do we want to force more changes? Do we want to keep this 5 going?
We've already seen from some tier 2 teams the moves being made in their own rosters, some disbanding, and like Static, for example, who are playing in this competition until they decide to bench the entire team.
Well, I mean, even that, right? I mean, it's a similar conversation with Alliance, with the whole Poi being in the roster, getting sold over towards 100 Thieves. They bring in Melo 9. Maybe he goes over towards Metasport. I was 100% on the thought train that ecstatic team losing Syrah looked better on paper, but yet they couldn't make that lineup work. And that's top tier 2 players. Those are guys that have played at a tier 1 level of Buzz and Nikodos.
Looking promising for a period of time, but that promise very quickly faded. Of course, like I mentioned before, during that conversation, the roster changes will only get more and more wild and extreme when we go past the major and go into the true off-season. So any swaps being made at the moment be a preview to the actual roster mania that we get. Fnatic may well be looking to make some changes depending on how things pan out here in Conquest of Prague. It's the only competition they've got on the go at the moment. I don't think there's anything else they can get involved in between now and the end of the season. And actually, there's one thing I can think of. Depends on them, though, how much emphasis they want to put behind building things up. For now, building up a 3-0 start. Crimson's landed the first of Zaha here in round 4.
Unfortunately, Qual 4 haven't actually played a default round yet. All they've been doing is just aggro peeking map control. Rather than, let's say, playing 3B or 3A and then having retaking nades towards top banana and then reflashing to take in brackets and just having a situated round, they have just been leaning aggressively round after round. And they're just getting picked off by it. Now, if this continues, which looks likely, you're not going to show any signs of competitiveness.
No. Well, Zeking and Seal do get a couple of kills out of the round itself on defensive lines. The AWP strikes on A, the M4 on B is going to get traded back by Bratko in the end. The bomb plant secured by Jambo. 2v2. AWP on Zeking is low HP. Forward man of contact here on the banana retake, which is where Qual 4 are coming in from.
They need to get a bit of a move on, and we've got to get some util down quickly from the CT so they can start at least narrow-minding where these last few T-side players could be.
Smoke on the cross. Flashbangs in. Incendiary was not intended to go out there. It lands inside the smoke. Extinguishes immediately. No kits in play. AK picked up on kick down, put down by Jambo, and now Zeking has to run for it. Had too little time on the clock. He'll fall back, save the weapon for another round. A 4-0 start for Fnatic.
Inferno was the only map that was lost in the entire open qualifier for Qual 4. So obviously they had all the best of ones, didn't play any Inferno. They got towards the grand final and they lost it as the opening map pick of AIM Club. Ended up not even getting double digits, responded by winning Ancient in OT and Dust 2 13-10. Now, I think it would have been really good to see AIM Club in this competition because they're a team on LAN that have surprised. They beat Ecstatic, they beat Fnatic. They actually held weight against some decent names in Tier 2. If they were here, then maybe they would have given Fnatic on a rematch a run for their money again.
Shot from Zeking had Jakazmo off guard there in the mid position. Transitioning away from second. Zeking going to dip in for a second player as well, landing him. Excellent work. AWP starting to get spooled up now for Qual 4. 5-on-3 established HEs, revealing nothing. Didn't land deep enough there. Second one comes out. And no one is actually in contact angles this time for Fnatic. Start walking their way into Banana and out to that B-bomb site defensive. It's Sior and Levy.
Perhaps we see the AWP being thrown around a little bit. Zeking was doing some AWPing on map 1, but Zaha is the AWPer for the team. Jambo and Bratko get smoked off, and really, there's no point saving because there's so much money on the clock. You can either double pump or look to try and pressurize back towards A.
Flashes forwards. Levy backed up. Players beyond Jambo. 1 kill, kick down. Gets 2 more on the quick players that put forward. And Levy with the next kill of his own. Q4 are on the board in the 5th round once again.
I don't often see players just being in T-shirts. You almost forget, yeah, the only reason they wear a jersey is because the organisation says, oh, we want the sponsors to be on there. We want the product placement. Being able to just chill in your home, having your own t-shirts, yeah, no brand risk at all. I want to see some punching going on from Zeke again. I want to see a good round from him. That's what I'm. Just get him on the camera.
Let's try and draw back from the monitor a little bit before you throw another punch, though. You know. I damage that in the middle of the matchup. Kick down, flash blinded off, gets faced upon by Bratko. It's going to be an awkward challenge. Works out better for kick down though. Trying to transition into the second manager, Kazma, who takes some damage of his own right. The AWP checks on Fear and lands it with a no-scope as well. SMG of Levy going to be revealed. Crim's going to get caught by Seal. Jacasmo calls Z King, and Levy will take that SMG kill on a man from beyond that smoke. Jambo stands alone, a 1-on-3. Known somewhere towards long. Could catch this player reloading, and indeed he does. The low HP, I'm surprised he got away with that much. 8 left. Frag from Levy will take him back down, and Fnatic don't even get a bomb plot in this round.
Well, if you are Fnatic, you have to almost laugh at that one and say, we've done a lot right. We've pressurized brackets. We've got Fear, late lurking, cutting rotations. The AWP didn't even look like it was going to clear that deep mid position, and then when he does, it's just a no-scope from fairly long range as well. Bit of RNG, bit of luck on their side. I mean, get that kill and you just instantly have the B-bomb site. How different that round could have shaped up.
Tactical pause called in now by Quell4. We've got no coach, so I don't know what the extra voices are going to be involved in this one. What can be really discussed at this stage, because the kind of game that they're playing is not a very tactically heavy one. It is, as you mentioned, rather aggressively stanced here. The peeks into the mid control via Banana is a perfect example of that on the AWP. Shouldn't really have gotten away with that kill, because you're right, it was pretty long range. Money state of Fnatic will lead into a rifle of a hero and a half buy. Not even a hero really, it's down to the half buy kind of money line. Upgrade pistols around Jambo. Aki and Kevlar and a couple of other players, so light in some regards. Fnatic. Seeing what kind of damage they can do and if they can steal the round back from Quell4.
And I'm convinced that out of any map in the map pool, Inferno is the most difficult to upset on, even more than Nuke. I think with how slow it plays out on T side, with how on the CT side there's some really good protocols and reflashing of util to clear space, you just can't duel very much on this map. And it means that when you are an underdog team, when you're trying, like a Quell4, to keep it tight, it's just such a difficult map to play against.
Which would make it even more impressive if Quell4 actually did pull it off. Levy smoke on the Banana entryway. Seal's going to see utility coming in. Flashbang's not affecting him. Does get one on the second. Levy going to get the kill from beyond the smoke. Pistols up close. M4 runs out of ammo, so that's a kill back from the T-side line. Jacasmo tries to get it right back in his hands, but Levy will ensure he doesn't get away with too much there. The AK on Jambo was dropped. I'm not sure exactly where. Crims is going to pick it up from beyond that smoke, so man advantage. Kevlar lacking in several individuals. Crim still transitions with Bratko support. Levy also overwhelmed back, and suddenly this eco feels like it's on for a steal. Zaha, no kit in play for him. And the AWP to lock out the cross of Bratko, make sure he doesn't escape with his life. Either way, this is a round for Fnatic, and Quell4 really shouldn't have lost one.
Well, where is Zaha? I mean, they're coming through CT. I know that he flashed for them, so you want to be further back, but there's a difference between being further back and being nowhere involved. Oh, that hurts. 2 players flooding in from CT, 1 out from Coffins, and then the AWP is just nowhere to be seen. Fnatic still around where the hero doesn't even do anything, right? I mean, Jambo doesn't get a kill. I think Bratko was the only other one with armor. He only got 1 kill. Well, he might have got 2 in there with the crossfire on Crims, but it was the distraction towards the coffin, Hobbit angle. That was the ticket. That was really good there from Crims.
Big veteran sequence. Big moment for fnatic, trying to deny Quell4 on this extension. The AWP of Zaha trying to get a bit more involved in the early round. Good kill for CL, gets the kills on those Bracco and Fear. The transfer of the headshots beyond the smokes of Banana. It's a 5-on-3 immediately for Q4. And Jacasmo's been taken to 17 points of health.
And not much in this round now for fnatic. Very difficult to recover. You've got no app space. You've got no insertion towards brackets. Zaha with that AWP just posted now. Good crossfires just need to be established here from the CTs. At least they've got 4 towards A.
So you're going to transition away from that B site access to now play contact directly on a bracket's entrance. 18 points of health for the man. The AWP of Zaha revealed out towards the smoke. So some are going to get tags off on the players as they look to try straight back from a kick down. 1 kill, 2 kills. Third kill would nearly be found here. HG going to have to get out of the way for Jacasmo. He does land on towards Seal. Kick down's also low. 1 versus 5 to play with in general. They're going in for nice. Oh no! God, man. You can see Z-King had the moment. If he knifed that man, that would have tilted him off the face of the earth. Instead, Jacasmo survives for a little bit long, but shouldn't be much more longer from here. The AWP is watching the position, and Zaha will connect on the casualty. 3 to the board of Quell4.
It's very clever to go for that knife, because you do need to rattle favourites. It don't matter who they are. When you are professional players going up against no-namers, you've got to try and get them to tilt, get them mentally unfocused. So it might not have worked, but I rate it completely. Very good impact out towards top Banana.
Kind of comical to see it from Jacasmo's perspective. Oh, Jammer with a decent deagle on Zaha. I'm going to punish him immediately at the start. So I'm going to pressure the face forward of the T-side individuals. AK3 engaged. Jammer gets another kill out of it. Seal with a trade back, and now he gets dinked. Okay. Threats on the board, threats in the round, boost up available. And jump facing against the man. The M4 gets another kill out of it for Bracco. His own deagle to respond. The Glocker Crims. This will be a full eco steal for fnatic. They've all got rifles now. A side's cleared up. Z-King's going to get caught in transition. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, Quell4.
Just overfighting out towards Banana. It's greed, it's ego, and they know that it's anti-eco pistols. So you think, okay, let's just run it up. And some very good shots get landed. Z-King's been heard, and this is impossible. I'd much prefer him to just save onto the M4 here than even attempting the 1v3.
What was recovered there for Bracco's part, so fnatic can steal so many weapons back from Quell4. 2 AKs in play at least. It's the power of fnatic. 6 to their board. Minman's taken on the T side of this Inferno. And their pick in the series might not be a common pick. It's one that's working right now.
Jambo, let's have a look at these again. Very clean. Not easy shots.
Well connected. fnatic will establish themselves with the weapons advantage. The SMG out for Seal is going to be a perfect example as to how much those weapons are going to impact the CT economy line. Orps to them for Zaha, M4s for everybody else, limited utility sets, no more smokes to block access towards the B-bomb site, so a third man will join, and that will be the AWP.
Zaha needs to scope up instantly, try and fight.
Flick shot missed out. Fear going to take him. Levy with a trade back. SMG going to play back a second. Sprays are awkward. Jacasmo going to take him back. HG's involved. M4's lined up there for 2 men, but only damage on Jacasmo. No kills on either. And a 4-on-2 established for fnatic in the post plant. There's nothing left for Z-King and kick down. He'll tap blind, hoping he can get one from beyond the smoke, but Jacasmo's extended out towards the church and will get his quick headshot in as soon as he sees his man trying to escape. The round has gone the way of fnatic. The half advantage has gone the way of fnatic, and it definitely looks a lot more confident than they did over on Dust 2, I'll say that much.
And even though it might be a very weak opponent for yourself, at least this gives Bratko more official time, because he's not played many games since joining up with the team. He's played, what, 16 maps on HLTV? He's only played 2 Inferno officials. So it's going to help with the communication a little bit more. It's going to help with the chemistry of the players. Of course, they need to make sure they're playing at a much higher level when they go into the more important games and against those tougher teams. But right now, they're not doing very much outside of just defaulting, playing off of each other, using util quite effectively. And you can just see from Qual 4, they're having so many site hits where they just don't have another resmoke. They don't have an incendiary. They just don't have the protocol and the util to slow down these hits.
Doing all that they can to resist fnatic with their bare hands, and unfortunately just not enough. Round sequence came in and put down this Qual 4 side. fnatic and bolster upon their lead advantage, continue to get these reps in, and maybe that's what Fear was mentioning during the interview, right? Because you said earlier you weren't too buying his his explanations of trying to get more time for the team to get together. Maybe they're just trying to get Bratko a little bit more involved in the side. He's the newest addition, and he hasn't been all that impressive. I might believe it's a systems problem or something else involved in that respect. Currently 10-4 for this map up, and fnatic hoping that they can quickly overwhelm them here with only the pistols available. Should be easy enough to stand with. 5-on-4 to kick things off. Zeking has fallen.
Just pre-aimed. Really good connection there from Fear. And look, every organization is different. And the GMing, the in-game leadership, everything like that. I will say 10 odd years ago, the players used to run the show, right? If you wanted a roster change, the players would kick players and they would bring their mates in. Now, these days, organizations are a lot more tough with that. They'll take advice from players, but most of the time, it's the management that buy and sell, trade, loan, whatever. So you do get a lot of teams, especially in Tier 2, where they don't have a choice when new players come in. Now, I'm not saying that that's the case here from Bratko, that they've decided the management to pick him up, and let's say the in-game leader's not happy about it, but it is just the case of being a professional player. It doesn't matter what level you're at. If management comes in and brings players forwards, you've got to work a starting 5, and that's where the responsibilities come in from someone like Fear as the in-game leader, someone like Crims as a veteran player, to work with these pieces and show the organization that you can put results up. Now, in all these roster changes that they've had frequently, they've not been able to do that, and that's why they're under scrutiny at the moment. That's why there is a lot of pressure against the organization and against the players.
Why guys like you and I have been singing their downfall. This might be a layup for fnatic. The tasks do not get easier from this point onwards here in the Conquest of Prague. And we believe that we can beat out some of these lesser level tier 2 oppositions they're going to face in the 4th and 5th rounds. I think that from then on, looking at some major stumbling blocks that may well face you. Zaha backed up away with that AWP onto the back of the bomb site from this long access. fnatic are going to smoke it off and look towards this arch position and the potential wrap into the B bomb site. We're getting the CT spawn access most certainly. Drakazmo landed the first to Levy. From range, Crims can deal with Siort. The 3 men all held out towards short now on the A play, which Jammer's going to try and cut off. Sprays will dish out some damage on 2 men, but the kill will go away to Zeking. But now they know that the B site is open for business. The bomb will get planted, and Fear will be there to cut the rotations off. Fight early on the first. Zeking going to get falling. Molotovs up against the second. AWP will land against the man. 3-on-2 still remains. HGs go deep. Drakazmo doesn't quite get caught off by it. Smoke's perfectly timed.
Just got no hope. You got no util. You got to wait out this smoke. Oh, this is so difficult. You give yourself a lurk smoke, and it's actually even smoked yourself off.
Well, a little bit off angle. Let's get deeper to allow a little bit more access, but if they only had that flashbang, then they could get themselves in. Instead, the AK's going to have to walk forward in towards this cross. Watched by Bratko, deals with him. Zaha stands alone. Nothing for him to laugh at here. 15 seconds, no kits in play for him, so Shot misses out. Chakazma lands the killing blow. It's a 9-3 half for Fnatic.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Still game on here for Fnatic to maintain themselves a 9-3 half advantage in Inferno, their own map pick. It's certainly gone better, not only in terms of the scoreline, but also in terms of the confidence of the rounds. No Qual 4 shenanigans, no steals, no punishes, nothing to punish at this stage. And looks like Fnatic can eliminate our lowest seeds very quickly.
A perfect map pick to come through from Fnatic, even if it's not usual. Always going to struggle when you go into Inferno. Jambo taking early info, even looking out there towards second mid. It's a little bit greedy here from Fnatic, but so it should be, especially when you're 9-3 up.
Deal for Crimson, Jambo, Zaha, and Seeking to fall first and foremost. 5-on-3 immediately for the favourites. Kazma took a lot of damage there on the Julie set. Now on the boost, he'll use Fear's first contact. Eventually repositioning towards the second boxes with plenty of support around him. You've got Bratco with that flashbang at the ready. Engage of Fear. Is Chakazma a kill found? Flashbang well timed. They're so blinded, so Chakazma will get another kill out of the round for himself. Levy with one trade is not going to be good enough. Fear with the close up. Pistol win on Fnatic. 10-3 now on the board, and it's closing time against Qual 4 now.
Indeed it is. And as we look closer towards the end of the game, we only look further in the competition to think, well, who is going to join the likes of the Sashis, the Alliance up there at the LAN finals? I think there's quite a few teams that people would have put front runners. Eyeballers is definitely one of them. Sinners is going to be the other. But I'd just like to think over these next few days of competition, we might just start feeling a different threat. Maybe a Fnatic if they could start winning a few games in a row.
Well, they're going to have to drag back quite a bit. Again, they're in the lowest match possible here in round 3, and they'll be in the exact same situation for round 4 and round 5. They need to go through all the Swiss and then the planes to make it to that LAN environment. So even if you do take a look at competition and say that they're probably above a number of squads involved, you do take a look at the odds involved, the upsets on the online environment, and say maybe there's a few more stumbling blocks. Fnatic at present confident drivers see against Qual 4. It's an eco pistol set in for round number 14, in which they've lost that second kill as well for Bratko. M4 on site of Crims. Does eventually get the bomb to drop. SMG sneaks around the corners for the Ukrainians. Jammo will close out onto Z-King. All 5 alive, unscathed in this round for Fnatic. 2 more to go to eliminate Qual 4.
And for Qual 4, I think these are the last 2 rounds just to show a little bit of individual spark. I know that the majority of players haven't had a great performance on map 1. Didn't really see anything in the best of ones from them either. There was a few, at least good performances individually against Unity and the Basement Boys a month ago on HLTV, but not really much here in the Conquest of Prague. Had at least Z-King putting up some numbers on map 1, but let's just see something. Let's get a bit of a feel.
And kick down will find Crims to kick things off. Rifle round from Qual 4 has gotten a lot of presence towards that mid-access, and blind sprays of Fear and Co are not going to return much damage. The HGs will land a bit chunky onto CR, so that's a start. Kickdown's also in tag rather low, so damage has compounded, but Fnatic are yet to get a kill to kick the round off.
Jambo is very heavily pressed, and Z-King is hoping that that only continues. Wait for the CTs to start walking deep into bedroom, deep into apps.
Ball gets checked on by Jambo, though. We're expecting the man to be waiting for an extension, and Aussie King just caught flat-footed in an instant. Man advantage reclaimed to an even stance. Blind sprays coming in from Figure up his own position, so Seoul going to take that chance to punish. With that, they're going to start working their way in. Smoke will eventually come out to the cross. And the flower pot boost as well. Jacasmo's HE will try to reveal. Spam damage done by Jambo will dish out Levi to 30 points of health, but the bomb should look to get planted from here. AK will watch Jacasmo's position from range. Incendiary towards the back site over at Nubox. There keeps that player held to position. He's going to find a crack angle there towards the second boxes. Kick down, meanwhile takes down Bratko. Jacasmo going to set up a retake for him and for Jambo, but the backstab closes in even more so. fnatic are trapped. Qual 4 stand to defensive. Zaha, highest HP to engage one man. They try and drive themselves back. Will get kicked down in the end. Matt 10 will wait for Levy. See them sprayed out, but no time left for either man. The kit doesn't get found by Jacasmo in the end, but not enough time to get back to that bomb site. So it will be a fourth for Qual 4 for now.
Unfortunately, just lose the opening pick a bit too quickly out there in mid, and then Fear, all he wants to do is just spam briefly around that CT pos towards top banana, just to see if there's any banana presence behind the smoke, and what he ends up getting is just, spam back towards his position, and he falls very quickly. Always going to open up the B side. Jacasmo was a little bit hesitant on what he wanted to do. Do I want my gun pulled out? Do I want util? And in the end, they basically beat the timing on him. They get themselves up to 4, and for Fnatic's money, no problem whatsoever to be able to get another buy up.
Not at all. Final tactical for Qual 4 called in at this stage. Obviously have a massive deal ahead of them and a lot of comeback to maintain. fnatic, of course, still hold a commanding lead. We're looking at 7 to the good. Only one of these good rounds could seal them up on map and series point elimination point for Q4. Damage done there, she'd have kicked down, and Zaha, Fear trying to lean forward without giving up his position, without trying for the blind spray. He's just trying to get an angle of attack. Instead, Zaha spams him down on the Qual 4 camp, so Fear will fall.
Frustrating that 2 rounds in a row, the in-game lead has just been spammed. So much retaking util out there towards top banana. Zaha's done well to trade, but Bratko should re-aggress this.
His opposition's low HP, 3-on-3. Jambo is being watched, but kicked down, still loses his life. Headshot of the AK. Zaha and Levy moving up against him. M4 of Crims catches the man sneaking forward, and Levy stands alone, bombs on his back. One player to find at the back of the bomb site. Search directly, we'll get Bratko and plant down over at the fountain. 1 kill out of 3 on the clutch. 11 deep in this map, he's been that performer, but he's given away his position. Try and reposition, hearing them coming in rather quickly. Smokes on towards Coffins, he'll get driven back. Still searching for the man. Diffuse tap to 10-second stick, HE revealing nothing. They've gotten harder cover, and now he's got no chance. Desperately spraying, hoping he can catch a man, but no, Jambo finds his kill. I mean, map and series point for fnatic.
Look, you've just got to hope that 1 or 2 things happen when you break that smoke. Either the bomb's being tapped and they're drawing farts out into the open, or that you catch the non-diffuser, right? Because if you get that first guy, it might bring the second player off with the bomb. You might just have a chance to even run through that smoke if he is holding the whole 10 seconds. But if you don't just get that 1 kill, it's not going to be easy. You're not going to be able to do anything but spam. A good little effort in the clutch. And they've got themselves in a lot of 1vx's throughout this best of 3, but very rarely have they actually been able to convert them into rounds.
I guess that is the difference between these two sides, right? Qual 4, amateurs, not really playing at a high level. Main has been their team's position advanced for some of the players, yes. I mean, even from Z King, he gave his interview earlier today while he was at work. It's a perfect example as to how different the caliber of these two sides are. Fnatic are a full-time team with veterans that competed in tier 1 level environments and majors for almost everybody on record. Experience level certainly has come out on top in terms of those clutches, those moments where you could have thought that maybe Quell4 could have won one back. Instead, Fnatic edged them out on those regards, and now they look to, well, completely swamp them here in this context. 5-on-2, 2 players remaining, all both out towards short and decimated by Bratko and Crim on the defensive line. So indeed, it will be 13-4 for Fnatic, who will stay alive here in the Conquest of Prague. For Quell4, their journey will end here and now as they were eliminated in 0-3 in the space.
Yeah, you look at Cribs' profile, well, he's just signing a profile. You don't see that very often, do you? I'm sure that's what they were asking for at the end of that game. Look, for the Quell4 lads, it's the expected outcome. It was a very rough draw. I think if you would have had an ESC or a Mouse NXT in a best of 3, you might even be able to win more rounds than this. I think it was a tough opponent to go up against Fnatic. But that's always going to happen when you're an open qualifier team. It don't matter if it's GSL groups, if it's a Swiss stage, whatever pathway it is to a main tournament. Once you start playing pros, you're going to get shut up very quickly and you're going to go out of tournaments fast.
Yeah, and that really is the nature of the beast, isn't it, right? Like, this was a this is going to be how things were expected to go down for the Fnatic side. They maintained their confidence during the second map, especially. Again, it was a little bit more closer in terms of the rounds from the Quell4 side in the last map up, but going into home territory for Fnatic, it does reinstall some confidence in the doubters in terms of them holding their own in the weaker opposition that we have in Conquest of Prague. Again, I think the competition gets tougher from here. I think that they've still got some stumbling blocks ahead of their way on towards the LAN environment. I'm not certain that they're going to maintain, but we'll find out as time rolls on. They've got 2 more best of 3s to make it out of Swiss, and then the 2 best of 3s after that during the playing stage to make it to the finals.
I think for Fnatic, it's on for them to qualify to LAN. I think they're good enough to do it. They just need to prove it and put it into practice, because online they've been losing to some really rubbish teams recently. They've really struggled since the start of the year online. At LAN, they've looked better, and they need to prove that, okay, we get humbled after losing 2 best of 1s to teams that we probably shouldn't do. Let's go on a bit of a run. Let's start finding our form, and let's start finding some magic that Fnatic really do deserve.
And we're going to get to find out exactly who is drawn against who during round number 4's matches. So we've got Unity versus Kolesie in our 2-1 match. Sinners will take on the Young Ninjas, and Eyeballers will be up against what was formerly known as ESC. And over in the 1 and 2 games, Fnatic will take on Tricked in probably what is the hardest draw for Fnatic in terms of the competition you had. TNC as well there for Aim Club, and Ecstatic and Mouse NXT. That's the draw out from Ecstatic, of course, forfeiting. So Mouse NXT progress on towards round 5 by default there. So that's how round 3 currently looks like.
Yeah, so I would say Kolesie probably win that game. Sinners should pretty easily beat Young Ninjas. Eyeballers will get a freebie against the Poles. Tricked should be the favourites against Fnatic. I think that Tricked team's actually quite good. And then TNC Clutch Chain, I'd probably give it towards the Poles. I mean, I really don't have too much faith in the French at the moment. So there could be some blowout games. I think the Unity Kolesie, that will be the rematch actually from the game that qualified to the Logard LAN that's going on in a few days' time. So Unity will certainly wants a revenge off of that one. And then Tricked versus Fnatic, that also should be quite a competitive best of 3.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one above all else, because that could actually be Fnatic's end. That could be one of those stumbling blocks I'm talking about there, because think about who Tricked beat in this round. It was Johnny Speeds, a team that had top 4 in a LAN most recently, and disappointing showing from the Swedes there in terms of this competition. But like, that's a much higher caliber opposition to beat in the best of 3 compared towards Quell4. So I'm looking forward to see how that one will pan out. But tomorrow is all about the upper groups of things. We get to see who makes their way in towards the play-ins next. Unity, Kolesie, Sinners versus Young Ninjas. You mentioned that there are some key favorites in that matchup, and it was the case with Sinners earlier on during this round as well, where they had the key favoritism over Sashi. They couldn't quite get the job done there, however.
Yeah, I think the problem is for Young Ninjas is they're using Mistim at the moment, but I mean, there was even talks that he was going to go over to Illwill. He's now gone over towards Eternal Fire. So you don't really have the best of pieces. You're going up against a tier 1.5 team right now. Sinners maybe tier 2, depending on who you ask. That's a very tough team to go up against, really rough draw. And I think for Sinners, that's the perfect game to just get a bit of confidence, recognize, all right, we got upset in the last round. We shouldn't have really let it happen. Let's show exactly why we are a top team. Let's show everyone at home why we did qualify qualify to the major.
Well, look, I could see no one else better for them to see it against, because that is definitely going to be, in my eyes, a bit of a layup there for the Sinners side. But we'll find out how much of a layup as tomorrow's games will, of course, kick off at the same time. Of course, 5 p.m. CEST. We want to join us back here to see who is going to go ahead and join us in the play-in stage. But for now, we bid you adieu here. We'll see you back here tomorrow as the Conquest of Prague continues.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.